Hi there, this is educational content. Content created for educational and analytical purposes. In our discussion, we may reference or display sensitive subject matter, including sensitive language or other sensitive images. This content is presented in a educational context to provide analysis and historical documentation and is not intended to promote or glorify any illicit acts. Again, this is educational content. Thank you.
Saying, not me. You know, I want when they see me, they know that every day when I'm breathing, it's for us to go farther. You know, every time I speak, I want the truth to come out. You know what I'm saying? Every time I speak, I want to shiver. You know, I don't want them to be like, they know what I'm going to say because it's polite. They know what I'm going to say. And even if I get in trouble, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that what we're supposed to do? I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us. We might not be the ones, but let's not be selfish, and because we're not going to change the world, let's not talk about how we should change it. I don't know how to change it, but I know if I keep talking about how dirty it is out here, somebody's going to clean it up.
A place to spend my quiet nights, time to unwind, so much pressure in this life of mine. A quiet times, almost contemplated suicide, and would have tried, but when I held that 9, all I could see was my mama's eyes. No one knows my struggle, they only see the trouble, not knowing it's hard to carry on when no one loves you. Picture me inside the misery and poverty. No man alive has ever witnessed struggles I survived. Praying hard for better days, promise to hold on. Me and my dogs ain't got a choice but to roll on. We finally find a spot to kick it, where we can drink liquor and no more bickers over trick shit. A spot where we can smoke in peace, and even though we G's, we still visualize places that we can roll in peace. And in my mind's eye, I see this place of players going past it. Got a spot for us all, so we can ball a thug's mansion. Every city, there's a place where life's a little easy, little Hennessy, laid back and cool every hour, cause it's all good. Leave all the stress from the world outside. Every road done will be alright. Nothing but peace, love, a street passion. Every ghetto needs a thug mansion. A place where death doesn't reside, just thugs who collide, not to spark beef but spark trees. No cops rolling by, no policemen, no homicide, no chalk on the streets, no reason for nobody's mama to cry. See, I'm a good guy, I try to stick around for my daughter, but if I should die, I'm not all of my album supporter. This whole year's been crazy, ask the Holy Spirit to save me. Only difference from me and Nosy Davis, gray hair maybe, cause I feel like my eyes so too much suffering. I'm just 20 some odd years, I lost my mother and I cry tears of joy. I know she smiles on her boy, I dream of you more. My love goes to Keffe Shakur, cause like Aunt Joan, she raised the ghetto king of the war. And just for that alone, she shouldn't feel no pain no more. Cause one day we'll all be together, sipping heavenly champagne my angels saw, with golden wings, a thug's mansion. Every city, there's a place where life's a little easy, little Hennessy, laid back and cool every hour, cause it's all good. Leave all the stress from the world outside. Every road done will be alright. Nothing but peace, love, and street passion. Every ghetto needs a third mansion. Dear mama, don't cry, your baby boy's doing good. Tell the homies I'm in heaven and they ain't got hoods. Seen a show with Marvin Gaye last night, it had me shook. Drinking peppermint snaps with Jackie Wilson and Sam Cooke. Then some lady named Billie Holiday sang, sitting there kicking it with Malcolm. Today came Lil Natasha, show grown. Tell the lady in the liquor store that she's forgiven, so come home. Maybe in time you'll understand, only God can save us. When Miles Davis cutting loose of the band. Just think of all the people that you knew in the past that passed on. They in heaven found peace at last. Picture a place that they exist together. There has to be a place better than this in heaven. So right before I sleep, dear God, what I'm asking, remember this face, save me a place in Thug's Mansion. Every city, there's a place where life's a little easy, little Hennessy, laying back and cool every hour, cause it's all good. Leave all the stress from the world outside. Every wrong will be alright. Nothing but peace, love, and street passion. Every ghetto needs a third mansion.
Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. All right, let me remove the banner. Welcome. Shout out to everybody, guys. It is August Wednesday the 19th, August Wednesday the 19th, or the 19th of August, which is Wednesday. Shout out to everybody that coming through, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. My goodness, I have a feeling, wow, after yesterday, yesterday was just crazy work. Especially in that afternoon, I was like, ooh, I wonder if it's going to be like long or what's going to happen exactly, and whatnot. But, yesterday really surprised me. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but I'm trying to figure out, hold up, y'all. Going to remove some of the banners up on my face. Here we go. Shout out to everybody. Ooh, look at this. I'm all black. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Shout out to everybody. All right. Sorry, y'all, little technical difficulties. It wouldn't be a channel if we didn't have one or two. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hey. Yesterday afternoon was unexpected. Listen, there's so much that was unexpected yesterday. I will say that. It's a lot. It's a lot. I will say, though, I was cruising down the YouTube street. And I don't know if did you guys watch Strategic True Crime with Strategic Eyes coverage of the Tupac the guy's got some chords. Listen to him sing. Look at him.
Morning, and I ask myself, is life worth living? Should I blast myself? I'm tired of being poor, even worse, I'm black. My stomach hurts, so I'm looking for a purse to snatch. Cops give a damn about a Negro. Pull a trigger killer, he's a hero. Give the crack to the kids, who the hell cares? One less ugly mouth on the welfare. First ship him dope, watch him deal a brother.
Oh my God.
Give him gun, stab back, watch him kill each other. It's time to fight back, that's what Huey said. 2 shots in the dark, now Huey's dead. I got love for my brother, but we can never go nowhere unless we heal with each other. We got to start making changes. Let me see as your brother instead of 2 distant strangers. And that's how it's supposed to be. How can the devil take my brother if he's close to me? I love to go back to when we played as kids, but things change. And that's the way it is. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Don't ding me, Mr. Eyes. Don't ding me for that. I literally was like, oh, okay. All right, then. That was pretty good, right? I was like, ooh, okay. All right, then. Never, he was sharing that he actually was singing in a chorus. I bet he's a Gen X. I think he's like maybe a millennial too. I believe we're about the same age or so. Oh my God, I know. He could really do it. Shout out to him. All right. So why don't we start with the news that broke yesterday about the shooting. Now, I don't know, the people are late. Shout out to Ticket TV because he brought it up too. He had a very interesting live this morning, and I was listening to it. I was just taken back by, I believe he was talking to Mob James' brother. I was just hearing a little bit of like what their thoughts were about the situation, the trial. Some people are not very happy about the fact that, individuals have given interviews, and maybe that's why everybody's here is because of the interviews that they've given and whatnot. But yesterday at the courthouse, outside of the courthouse, I guess it was like near a Starbucks, there was gunshots heard while Tupac's family was eating at the Starbucks. They were having lunch and whatnot. I'm just sitting here like, huh? What do you mean? Like, shots where? What had happened? So let's get into this. TMZ did also report on this as well, as it pertains to this. During the trial, it is crazy work. You said, yep, his other brother, not Buntree. I didn't think it was Buntree. I was like, I don't think it's Buntree. But you were there, Brandon. We were hearing, and it was like an interview that Ticket TV was having. And they were talking about the fact, it's just like some of this stuff. First of all, it sounds like they don't even have a lot of respect for Suge Knight, which I was a little surprised, because I was under the impression that Suge Knight was still seen somewhat of a shot caller within this group. I don't even think that's the case. Matter of fact, I think that they're very, very much disappointed with Suge Knight because of, kind of promises made and things maybe not delivered in terms of what was supposed to be done and whatnot. So there is that. So I mean, maybe a lot of us, we were under this impression that might not necessarily be the case about Suge Knight and, whether he's protected or not, or maybe he is. I don't know. So I was surprised too with Suge. I was surprised when I heard that too. I was like, huh? He said, I had to work this morning, so I haven't had the chance to check out the local news. No worries. So we're going to get into it. Actually, last night, literally, I want to say maybe after 20 minutes that I ended my light, we heard about this. I said, oh my gosh. That's crazy work. Crazy work. So let's get into this. Give me 1 second, guys. Baby Bunny's funny. You said, but he wasn't a rat on the stand. I'll say that, LOL. Somehow now Suge is just a phone caller. He's not a shot caller. He's a phone caller. Always calling in on shows. He said Ticket cracks me up when he starts shouting at people. Ticket is hilarious. Okay, I love Ticket TVs. He's funny. Like, especially when he goes off on people. I don't know. I realize how entertaining he is when he does that. Shout out to him though. I've been following him for quite some time. He's hilarious. He gave me a shout out. Was it last year because of the Diddy transcripts? Yeah, so we had a lot of people come over here. Shout out to him because he definitely sent a lot of support over here. Ticket can be funny. You said, well, you say you love Ticket too. He's hilarious. He is. Yeah, especially when he goes off on people. I think it's but it's like it's funny. I don't know why. He said, I also like Biggie. I also feel like Biggie knew something, but Diddy was afraid to have him alive. He would have been too much of a risk too. Yeah. You said, I'm wondering how much money Suge has. He definitely has to have some inside protection. Well, that's what I was trying to figure out too. Okay, so Brandon says, so basically Mob James' brothers slept with Keefe D's ex. So that's another reason they hate each other. There's that. Oh, so Ticket TV brought you here last summer. Yeah, shout out to Ticket. Brandon, I had no idea. See, I was listening a little bit. I can't say I listened to the whole thing. But, there's some ins and outs to that situation. Last night, I've been dealing with, not dealing, but I got 2 books. I got the book that I've been listening to audio just to see if there's anything that, while I work, when I'm covering something, I definitely go behind the scenes. I don't, I'll be listening to stuff, right? So I was listening to the book that was written by Russell Poole, Detective Russell Poole, the one that died in 2015. And the one that had a lot to say about this situation. And, he was very highly upset with the LAPD and felt like a lot of these killings were a massive cover up of corruption. I mean, he left that LAPD office very upset, right? I started listening to that. I was also listening to Hayden's book as well. So that's another video that we'll do. But yeah, so what I find so interesting, and it's maybe I'm the only one that feels this way. It's more apparent to me is that, even as you hear these officers speak and they're giving their, they're testifying and everything, and they're giving their side of the story. Clearly, there were, and maybe there still are no checks and balances when it comes to these, law enforcement officials and whatnot and what they do behind the scenes. To me, hearing that and then hearing kind of like all the behind the scenes and stuff like that, I don't know, man. I don't know. Even hearing Russell Poole's Frank Liga, this whole situation with Suge, dating the officer, not the ex-girlfriend, that whole situation. It's like, say what now? This is insane. You got Reggie Wright. And that's the thing that I'm like, I guess you're never too old to be petty, because the man literally sat there on a motorized wheelchair and said, what'd he say? He's like, well, we knew him as a crackhead to Keefe D. I said, oh my God. Like, and of course that was very petty of him because he didn't have to say that, but at the same time, it's like, you're never too old for the BS, I guess. I don't know. I just hope that, if I ever am blessed to get at that age, I hope that I don't hold that much animosity towards individuals or anything. I don't know. I sat there, I was like, huh? He said crack it. And Keefe wasn't blinking. Keefe wasn't blinking, okay? You said the petty rants have no age limit. You know that even Gene Deal goes through it. I'm like, you guys realize that you're like, aren't y'all like, what are we doing here? Reggie was taking shots at Keefe and I cracked that. I mean, I get that, but it's like, you said it's too old for that. Listen, apparently, what did they say? Apparently it's up and it's stuck till we're dead or something. I don't know, because I sat there and I was like, what? No, but the level of petty right in front of the judge, right in front of everybody, I don't know. He said he was looking like he wanted to jump off that table. No, Keefe, if you saw the camera was going to him. The man wasn't blinking. Like, he had moments where he was like dozing here and there, but no. When Mob James and Keefe were sitting on those oh my, he wasn't blinking. He was like, he stared straight at them. I was like, oh no, like, no. These people are still fighting even now, even so many years later. I just couldn't believe it. You said all I could think about is when he called him. What did he call the attorney a dingleberry, or did he call Keefe D a dingleberry? I just sat there. I said, "Oh, you can't make this shit up." Now, let's talk about that real quick before we go to this article, okay? All right. I'm trying to understand this piece of information because this was a little confusing to me when it was cross, and he was talking about the fact that, like, making money on YouTube and everything, right? So he said that Reggie said that that he knew people on YouTube, that he wasn't going to help the man that he believed K'd Tupac, that he wasn't going to help him make money, right? But ultimately, he did kind of like throw a bone out there to say, like, hey, you could just make money off of these stories on YouTube, because he knew some people. And I found that to be interesting, right? Because it's like there is a network of people. If you guys notice, look who covers a lot of the hip hop, old school beef. If you think about, you have, they're very interesting channels, right? And they go in there and they retell stories, and they retell the stories by what? Bringing some of these people from back in the day. And some of these people, I could tell you that I didn't know half of the people that were behind the scenes, other than the major people that were involved, when this news hit. Like, I had no idea of a Buntree. I had no idea of a Mob J. Like, these people right here, no, of a Trevin Lane. I didn't know any of these people, right? And it wasn't until YouTube started, where you had the Vlad TVs and the Art of Dialogues and all these individuals that were bringing these people up, and were really, would you say, perpetuating some of this, even though it's been like so many years, that some of these folks can still hold this animosity even now. I don't put it past anybody to do something against folks at this point, because the way in which what Reggie said, the digs, and then you have Keefe D, who doesn't even blink when he's looking at these individuals. And I genuinely believe Mob James isn't trying to put anybody behind bars. I don't think that they want that. You said they are old school for real. I mean, literally, and I just started thinking, I was like, well, damn, yeah, I guess some stuff just will never die, right? It just won't. You could be at your deathbed and it will never die. It just seems like that. I don't know. You said Mob James low-key tried to snitch. LOL, his body movement, the way he was explaining things without actually saying anything made Keefe look bad. I was worried about Mob James, though. Let's be very real, okay? He is clearly somebody's grandfather. He's taking care of his grandchildren, okay? And I honestly think that if we play the movie forward, for a lot of these individuals, they wouldn't have chosen, or engaged in, right? But at the same time, if you understand the upbringing, it's like you're not offered a lot in life and you start very young, 11, 12, and you need to survive, you need to get by. I mean, what else is there out there to offer you? This is why I always say, like, man, some of these after school programs, being a mentor, doing all that is so important, because you don't want kids to turn into, and this is a cycle, right? Because there's neighborhoods out there just like Compton in various cities. And we have to be there, and make sure that we are supporting the community and do what we have to do so that we can, help kids out. I think that's important, right? It's important. But yes. You said, you mean the feds started to bring these things up. The culture has those things. The culture has those who are respected and trusted. The feds. I don't understand, and maybe you guys can explain this to me a little bit more, because I do believe that, there is something. When Mob James said, he said something to the effect about speaking of the dead and something, and that's something even in my upbringing, you got to be careful when you speak of the dead, okay? Or when you say, I told you guys this, I don't, you just have to be careful, okay? How you do things, how you say things, and even those that are around that situation. And he said something to that effect as well. There's something about digging this up again. And we're over here talking about the case, and we've said, hey, man, I don't know if these people have listen, we're on day 2. Well, day 3 today, right? We're literally in day 2. And if we have 12 witnesses, I counted, I said, hold up, 12 witnesses, missing evidence, things leaked, people moved around. At some point, the case was cold. You have people that want to consider themselves hostile witnesses, which I don't even think the judge did that. Okay. You have people that the animosity's there. People have passed away. The guy from MGM he wasn't even there. He was probably in grade school with me. Like, this is how deep this goes. What is the intention at this point? If so far, to me, this as an outsider, it doesn't look like a very promising case. It really doesn't, guys. If you're looking at the elements and how Vegas is saying things, how are you? Okay. You have to show that he facilitated this, right? If you're only going to use the book, that's it. So then should every rapper, rap artist, hip hop artist, pop star, writer of a book, we should all be careful, because if you start writing these kinds of lyrics and then your op dies, and then you write something about wishing that your op was dead, could that come back to you? And there is something to be said. It's like, I wonder, is there an agenda behind this? Now, respectfully, right? Because it does sound like Mopreme, they want peace from this. They want some closure. I truly believe that they want some closure. I just don't know if they have all the right people. Does that make sense? Vicky, let me know. Does that make sense? Does it seem like, I feel like we're missing a bigger picture, because maybe it's been time, but the animosity hasn't gone away clearly. You see it in that stand. You said, I was thinking the same thing. Something can still happen to the witnesses, which is sad and hampers finding the truth. Sad but true. JT, and I was thinking about this. I said, we're not taking this shit serious, guys, because when I heard about this shooting, I said, wait a minute, what? We'll get into that, and then I'll get into these comments right here. So shooting goes down near courthouse, all right? At Tupac's murder trial was underway, and we were all hearing the court. We didn't hear anything about a shooting. Nothing happened. Nothing got moved or anything. So during that time on Tuesday, police, I guess, were in a nearby Starbucks, and they were convened there after getting information about a possible shooting. The Las Vegas Metro PD responded to a Starbucks in the downtown area of Tuesday afternoon. That was when we were in the hearing, listening to it. After the dispatch received calls about a gunfire erupting inside of the business at TMZ, When officers arrived, they quickly learned there were no victims. Okay. So then, interestingly, the purported shooting occurred just blocks from the Clark County District Court Regional Justice Center, where Duane Keefe D is being tried for the 1996 murder. Now, here's my question: we don't know is it related? I don't put past anything on these people. I think we do need to take a lot of this serious. Whether or not is it related, a shooting during the daytime? I don't know. You said prosecutors say Davis provided the gun to the shooter. Okay, we kind of know this, but that's it. I mean, it's not even saying whether it's related or not. People is saying that, there might have been some relation or target shooting to happen there. I don't know. You said, and apparently this is where the family was having lunch. Tupac's family was at the Starbucks. So there's that. You think he has to Lane has to testify? I don't know. Ella estaba disfrutando del chisme, the judge. The judge, y'all see that the Miss Curly Sue did not interfere. Okay. Miss Curly Sue, I was like, oh, is she going to stop this? Because they're going back and forth. Nope. I thought she would have stopped it, especially I don't know. I just felt like she needed to. She kind of let it happen. No, Miss Curly Sue she was like, yep. Go ahead. Do your thing. Sure, why not? Crazy work. You said he had a podcast. He has a podcast, Mob James. Ooh. You said, I think it's about to get even more interesting because Gene said last night he talked to Keefe's ex-lawyer and told him to call Phil Carson. That could be a key for this case. Ex-lawyer? The other, before this one? Bill. Hold up. Wouldn't they have known to have done that? Gene said last night. Now, here's the deal with Gene. Gene is very frustrating to me because I'm like, oh, Gene, when are you telling the truth? Because I don't know. Did you all hear that he told people that Biggie died in his arms? And then the people online were disputing that? I don't know. I wasn't there. I never heard that before, but apparently, and you guys know what he did at the Diddy trial too. I mean, all this stuff that was coming about. I don't know. Hold up. Let's see. So Phil Carson is an ex-FBI agent that worked extensively on the murder investigation of notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace, as he publicly suggested connections between the fatal shooting of both Tupac and Biggie Smalls allegedly linked to high-profile music industries, label rivalries, including a multi-agency cover-up. Well, they say, that's where that conspiracy stuff comes from, but I don't know, man. I guess call me a conspiracy theorist on that one, because I really do believe that some of these agencies are a lot more involved than they've alleged to, or they want to lead people to believe. You said he knows they'll go after his family, Mob James. He needs to be careful, Yes, he said, this is why you are wearing the Dare shirt. Oh, yeah, I'm wearing my Dare shirt today, y'all. Even though this program was such a fraud, I still have, I didn't get this in the 5th grade. Please note that. This is my oldest got it. And I said, you don't even know what the hell that stands for. Don't wear something you don't know what it's about. So I took it from him. And he's like, Mom, why are you taking my guy? I said, no, what are you doing? So I don't know. I said, tell me what this stands for. Because it sure doesn't tell you. I don't know. I just saw everybody wearing it. It was so cool. No. I'd take it away from him. I said, until you learn what this is about, then you could wear it. And please note, this program was very fraudulent, but it was in our childhood. You can't just forget it like that. You can't just forget about DARE. You can't forget about drug abuse resistance education. There you go. Mob James was a good witness. He was not biased and he was believable. I just worry about his safety, honestly, because you could tell he was very worried. You said some of these kids don't stand a chance. It is very heartbreaking. Yep. Am I muted? No, Jay McCarthy, I'm here. Shout out to Jay McCarthy. I haven't seen you in a minute. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. This case has so much against it. I would say so. Just wait for Great Katie getting up there. It's about to be bad. Oh, I'm about to write an email to the lawyer. Dear Michael Sands or whoever, can I please let me interrogate that man in the stand, please. Just give me 5 minutes with it. Please, just give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes with Great Katie. I got so much to say to Great Katie. It really seems like they were building a foundation. Yeah, it's all foundational right now, Pretty much. You said, what about D4VD case and his lyrics in his song? Will that apply? Now, DJ Rock, that is the question, DJ Rocky. I don't know. That's the question. Do you want that to, like, I mean, I'm just like, is it going to apply to everybody, every artist out there, right? Especially if we know how the crime was committed. That's the question. You know, the book was proven to contain lies when Ingrid testified that there was no window shot out of her car. You know, Tupac's music is sentimental to me because both of my now heavenly parents adore him. Aw, I'm so sorry for your loss. He said, I know probably every lyric to every song, and you're right. This is all too far gone and too many corrupt people involved. That's the problem with this. So to me, it's like when Vicky said, it's like, well, you know, what is the intent? Is this political? Are people trying to get elected by this? Is this, oh, by the way, Lombardo is also a witness too. He was a former law enforcement. I think he was like what, the mayor of Vegas or governor or whatever y'all that live there. He's also part of the witness list too. Okay. So that's going to be interesting too. I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't get thrown out of court because there's too many hostile people. There's going to be a lot of hostile people. We're missing a lot of info. The confession is not enough to convict. I have yet to see anything else to back up his words. There's that. Let's see. I'm going to go down. Yes, I agree. That's why so many witnesses are gone. Yep. There we go. I don't know what happened, LOL. Well, Keefe D said, I have cancer and I don't know how long I have to live. Remember that? He did say that. So the LVPD said, okay, we will let him live out his dying days and not pursue this. Keefe then said, I'm healed. And Las Vegas PD said, you played us. We're about to come after you. The shooting happened during the lunch breaks. We didn't hear anything about it. I mean, literally nothing. Maybe they're using this case strategically to build evidence on certain other people. You know, they could, what did the defense attorney said in that interview with Choke No Joke that they could very well indict other people to this. They could very well indict other people to this. So maybe this is just one part. Maybe there'll be other parts. Who knows? You said maybe Tupac's brother's going to testify and they tried to off him. She let some leading questions to go on to, yeah, Jazzy Jazz. I didn't like, there was a lot of leading questions that I wasn't too happy about. I get the judge is very young and whatnot, but yeah, I wonder if that's why there's 2 or 3 extra regular dressed men standing at the back of the courtroom by the doors. I'm thinking they were cops. Oh yeah, like the non-uniform cops for sure. Curly Sue wants to fight. Listen, Curly Sue wants there something to pop off at that courthouse because literally, you say you think this is bigger? This is part of a bigger RICO case? I don't know. You said the defense attorney even looked at the judge when James didn't want the answer. Yeah, he did. Mr. Michael, he didn't look too happy, you know, but he looked like he was ready. And also, answering a question like Mob James, he had that moment of, hey, get your lawyer. You don't really want me to answer that. Get your lawyer. Said, oh man. That I was like, oh, I'm awake. I didn't see anybody in the chat fall asleep. Nobody. Some of y'all took a nap during lunch and didn't come back anymore. And you left me a comment. Oh my God, I missed part 2. Yeah, you did. Because we were awake. We couldn't believe it. You side-eye Gene Deal as well? I don't know, man. But, so is it true? Did Biggie die in his arms? Because I heard him say it. I was like, did he? Really? Okay. All right. He talked to him the day before it started. The defense wanted him to testify for Keefe. Whew. I don't know when to believe Gene. So I just don't know. Just told us that. That's the problem. It's like, when do I believe you? Today or tomorrow? What had happened? He said, I'm sorry, I don't believe Gene anymore. He contradicted himself in the statements with Ben Crump. Doc, look, to me, Gene, okay, here's Vicky. Okay. Vicky, last year, we know, and Pika, all my, you know, day ones that were here, even if you started following me last year, when we were reviewing a lot of the Diddy stuff, there was a lot of contradictions from G. I just don't get it. You know, it's one thing that you don't remember something. Hell, even what's his name had Reggie. He had a moment of like, I thought I saw him in the video and he's not. I thought so and so was in the video and he's not. He had a moment of blanking out. He was seeing things in the video and then it happened. It didn't. I mean, you could see his face. It was like, oh shit, it didn't go down like that. So I can understand moments of where you blank shit out because it's been so long. I just don't understand lies, like blatant lies to get paid in sensationalism. That's too much, you know? So yeah, it's too much. You said that's vintage. McGruff. Oh my God. I got to give me a McGruff, the crime dog shirt. You know, you would wear the shirt. I had to say, I was like, if you don't know the what it stands for, don't wear it. Don't wear it. Yes. It also stands for drugs are really expensive. Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Drugs are oh my God, I'm like spilling my drink, y'all. Drugs are really expensive. You said, I remember learning about it during PE, and I was like in the first grade when you were in DARE. So my son got a DARE shirt too in the 80s or 90s. Yeah, they all send us home with DARE shirts. You said, I'm gonna send, and then come to find out that the police were the ones that were the rug dealers. Lord have mercy. You find out you're getting your DARE shirt where you get your marijuana from too. Lord, and then there was a deep dive here on YouTube. Somebody did a really good DARE deep dive. I said, hold up, there's an Epstein connection to DARE? What? Like, I didn't even, anyways, we'll probably do a video about that some other day. I'm going to send you a Reading Rainbow shirt. Oh, send me a Reading Rainbow shirt. Yes, please do. I want one. The program that helped oh, look at this. See? There's that. There's that. I said, you cannot wear this shit around. Let me take it. I had no idea Compton PD was closed. Yeah. Compton PD has been closed since the 2000s, actually. And I started doing, I was actually looking at this. I didn't know that Compton, hold on, was it 2000 that it closed? Like, yeah, in the 2000s. Compton Police Department officially shut down and disbanded on September 16 of 2000. This after the city council voted to and end the local force to cut costs. They voted, to end the local force to cut costs. Law enforcement services for the city were transferred to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. So they probably like contracted out something. There was something with the budget, but of course, you know, you already have like a lot of ish going on in Compton. So, if you know. Let's see. Let me go down. Let's see. A whole lot of corruption. Yeah, it's a lot of corruption in there. Let's see. Going down. I'm trying to catch up on the comments, y'all. He said, how would Keefe know about the Sebring if he wasn't there? How would Keefe know about the Sebring if he wasn't there? So I think that Keefe would know about the Sebring. It really depends on when the woman, Ingrid and her friend were doing interviews. They did an interview in 2017 with Crump's documentary, Who Shot Tupac? Okay. It was Ingrid and her friend. That's why she still looks the same from like 2017, guys. I remember watching it. We actually were watching some of it on the Discord. We didn't get to that part of that interview. We got to episode 2. We're supposed to start on 3. It's like 6 episodes total. So I'm thinking that maybe, I don't know, maybe Keefe saw some of the interview and then he's like, oh, she was there. Because there was no way. I mean, the woman didn't identify Keefe. She didn't identify anybody other than she saw Suge and she saw Tupac that night. That was it. But she didn't identify any shooters or anything. I don't think she would have. She didn't know. She didn't know who pulled the trigger or anything. So my thought is that either Keefe waited, which that's what it sounds like happened. Keefe waited, okay, to speak after the Ben Crumb, but I believe she even spoke before Ben Crumb. I'm pretty sure that there were some interviews out there. The lady has always been very outspoken. I was like, there was one, it was 4 friends total. And I believe one of them, it might have been Lauren, who was actually the one that knew Suge. No, you won't see her. Like some of the 2 other ones like disappeared. It was Ingrid and the other one, Shalane, or forgot the other one's name. Those were the ones that were okay doing podcasts. I mean, they had I'm not making this up. I'm okay showing this because this is when I was looking into Ingrid a little bit more, before when we were doing the jury transcripts, the lady has a website, and that's why when she said, she's I think she was talking about Choke No Joke when she was really upset when she was talking to the Art of Dialogue about her stuff being out there, but she had a whole website where she was talking about. Hold up, see if I can pull it. This is a pretty old website. I don't think I'm showing anything wrong. She's selling, it's like a business website and whatnot. The algorithm has definitely pushed it down. You can't even find it. So she was Johnson, and then she got married. Hold up, website. Chalet. See if I can pull it, y'all, so I can show you what I'm talking about. I saw this website. Here it is. She had a podcast. She did. Okay. I'm not showing anything wrong here. This is her podcast. So when we were looking at transcripts, right, I started doing some research, and I was like, I remember one of them disappearing, and then like the other one being very outspoken. The one that's always been outspoken has been Ingrid. Okay. Ingrid Johnson Stokes and Shalane Turner are lifelong friends who are living their best lives. From LA to Chicago, they're keeping a friendship that travels across the United States and abroad. Although they have very different opinions and views on many topics, like, I don't know if they use this is her, a little bit of sweet, a little bit of sass, but always staying classy. This is Ingrid, okay? And she's the driver. She was the driver of that car, all right? So at some point in 2020, they were very much running a podcast. I don't know if they're still running it anymore. But I stumbled upon that when I was doing some research on them. I said, yeah. Okay, hold up. The details of Katie's reports when he did the proffer, they left him in the room with the police. Police tactics is to force a confession. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to drop the link because we are going to get started here pretty soon. So I'm going to give, if anybody wants to come up, y'all have like 10 minutes to anything else that you want to say before we get started. If you don't want to, that's fine, but then I'll have to drop you guys so we can get the setup going and everything going. We got 15 minutes. Yep. Let me know. You guys can hit the link. You said the prosecution needs to be more aggressive. I don't know. You mean aggressive how? Because that guy looked like, I think that's Bala or Paula. I think his name is Paula. Di Giacomo is a little bit more laid back. Mr. Pollard looks a little bit more straightforward, but I don't know. You said, I'll be honest, for sure, she's not sure if her testimony helpful at all, maybe to Keefe. I don't know. I thought there was a receipt that they found during the raids that put Keefe in Vegas that time frame too. I could be wrong. He has a similar theory. I'd watch him too. Keefe told the cops in 2009, and he went public in 2018. That's right. That documentary with Ben Crump came out in 2017. So, but like I said, Ingrid has always been very outspoken about being one of the women that was there during the shooting and whatnot. The details are in the Katie reports, you said. When he did the proffer, okay, I think I read that comment. If I was Suge and someone in another car besides me opening fire in my direction, I would put my feet on the gas as a blink of an eye. That's what she said, True Teller, that they did. That's what they said. Hi there. Who am I speaking with? Is it officially Mitch?
Yes, it's Ty Mitch. Nice to meet you, Rabbit.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
I'm amazing, my love. So I run a show as well, Overly Invested. So I stumbled across your account during the YouTube thread, and I'm just so I'm happy that we have more independent journalists, investigative journalists like you, right? Because we get down
Thank
to the
you.
bottom of things. So I'm just happy to be here and just to talk to the bunnies.
So you have a YouTube channel or an Instagram? Tell me, make a plug because I want to promote you.
Yes, I have. I run a show called Overly Invested on my YouTube channel, and I also do a whole bunch of things on my Instagram at Official Ty Mitch. But
Official Ty Mitch, perfect. Yeah. So tell me what you think.
So I'm into business, right? Yesterday's, I think this case is because we still haven't established Keffe D being in Vegas. So I think that this case is very interesting, and I actually think it's a bigger case of a RICO. Right. So when you have Reggie Wright on the stand yesterday talking about how they had two versions of a rubber stamp for Mr. Suge Knight while he was incarcerated with no power of attorney, that's confusing to me because if you have power of attorney, you don't need a rubber stamp. You can use your own signature. So how do you have power of attorney? Power of attorney is only for somebody that's incapacitated and unconscious or dead. Just because you're in jail doesn't mean that you have power of attorney. Power of attorney is after you are no longer able to sign your own name. So I'm confused as to what they're talking about. So dealing with the business side of things, although we still want justice for Tupac, but the business side of things, everything after Suge Knight went to jail, is forgery. If they're unable to give a power of attorney. Now, like Reggie said, if they were going up to the jail and Suge was signing his name, and Suge says, because Suge can come out and say, well, I didn't tell you to stamp that. All he could get on the stand and say, I didn't tell you to stamp that. Reggie was saying he was signing people. A $300 million business. These people still want to get paid. You got the mob pirates want to get paid. You got the office security guards want to get paid. Reggie want to get paid. He trying to buy 662. Everybody trying to get paid still by, two stamps. Two rubber stamps.
So you're thinking they're working on a RICO. You think that this is bigger?
This is definitely bigger than, this is information. And when you're dealing with court, you're dealing with also case law and referencing of cases. So
absolutely.
You have Daz Dillinger, part of the Dog Pound, suing Miss Chalet because Miss Chalet was supposed to be Suge's wife. Miss Chalet was the one that thought that she was married to Suge. She went up to the prison and got a did a wedding at the prison. She thought she was married. She got a rubber stamp. When Death Row did the bankruptcy, she realized she wasn't even married to him. He was still married to his ex-wife.
Oh my God.
Being that the wedding was fake, she still had to go through a legal divorce because she still benefited from being his wife.
Yeah.
So anything after Suge went to jail, all those artists, could you imagine all the business that was happening for a $300 million company after Suge Knight went to jail?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, now again, Mr. Reggie, how do you feel about Reggie though? No. Because Reggie said he was running everything with the family and everything. I mean, how do you feel about Reggie? You saw what happened with everything yesterday?
Reggie was his baby mama. That's what was going on. If you're going to do everything, if I say, if I'm locked up, Rabbit, right? And I say, Rabbit, I want you to do and you do everything, and we ain't talk about no, you should have been like, okay, where's the power of attorney paper?
Yeah.
You want me to handle your business? It's more than a paycheck. I need to cover myself since I'm a police officer, since I talk so much, since I got my ducks in a row, right? Since I know everything. I need to have my ducks in a row because I don't want you later to say that I'm trying to take over your company. I'm trying to do all of this. You was doing it.
Ty, you got everybody. Ty, you have everybody in the chat sweating right now when you just said that.
Oh, the baby mama? Yeah, he was his baby mama. No, he was dealing with his girls. He was bringing up the wife up there. He was doing but you was doing it because you were still getting paid for it.
And there was no ring to it either. That's why I was like, are you getting paid for this too or what?
But the gag is you got up on a stand and impeached yourself because you did not tell them people that Frank Alexander did not have a walkie.
Yes. Yeah.
He did not have a walkie. So which one is it? Is it first you said that the walkie didn't have the capability of doing the two-way walkie thing. Then you said that he didn't have a walkie. Then you said that the walkie was dead yesterday.
Yeah.
And then you also didn't bring up Michael Moore.
Oh my God. Oh my
You didn't
God.
bring up
I
the
forgot
fact
about
that you
that.
told Michael Moore that he's going to be working at 662. You took Michael Moore off of Tupac when Michael Moore was one of the first people that was on Tupac.
Well, he said in the grand jury, Reggie
Right.
said in the grand jury that he wasn't even near the MGM. But then yesterday it turns out he was in the parking lot. I'm so confused. You know,
Rabbit,
the story of it just changes often. I don't know.
Rabbit, listen,
Mm.
you're not riding past no casino and viewing the parking lot. They're valet.
There you go.
What are you
Ty,
talking about?
you just solved this case, man. We gotta. So okay, so Keefe, is he involved or not? What do you think about Keefe?
I think Keefe is part of the Compton Crips. They still haven't established him in Vegas.
Okay.
That's why
All
I'm
right.
still thinking he is definitely not clean, right? Everybody's
Yeah.
guilty. And like, honestly, this is the crippling part. When we want to know, when people ask who shot Tupac, I think a lot of people shot him. I think the business shot him. I think Death Row shot him. I think the
Ooh.
security guard shot. I think it's deeper. I think it's a conspiracy, Rabbit. I think a lot
Yeah.
of people are involved and responsible for this man not being here and his life being cut at 25.
Gotcha.
I think it's deeper.
Damn.
And like the business, if you think of the business, you're sitting up there saying that they had two versions of a rubber stamp and y'all using terminology like power of attorney. But if you have
Right.
power of attorney, you don't need a rubber stamp.
Yeah. Oh my God. Ty, you are can y'all sub up to Ty? He's at 780 subscribers. Can we get him to 1,000 subscribers, please? I mean, clearly you got the
I'm
chat.
here because he's not telling, because people like you and I, we want
Yeah.
the paperwork. And so when
Yeah,
I
we want
seen
the
you, I
paperwork.
saw your channel and I was scrolling and I was listening. Okay, because I have read the transcripts. I haven't read all of them, right? So
Yeah.
if you start at the paperwork, I already deem you a credible source, right? I'm already watching you. So when when Reggie gets on these, when these people come out and say what they say, basically, you know what
Mm-hmm.
they said and what they didn't say, because
Right.
you did the work. And so that's why I was like, okay, I can mess with Rabbit, because she's sitting here reading
Yeah.
every volume until the day of the trial with her people, hours
Ooh.
upon hours upon hours. You have to do the work. These media people, they don't want the work, they don't want the truth, they want the
Yeah.
content, right? But the
Yeah.
content is not going to give us justice. The paperwork is going to give us justice. Reggie's testimony yesterday was crippling, and it was eye-opening for anybody dealing with death row in 1996.
Right. Right. I mean, Keefe wasn't even blinking. I
Keefe was
was
so
like,
mad, and at one point, if because I'm openly LGBT, at one point I thought I saw Keffe D say the F word.
I was like, I've heard him say it before, actually. It was in the recording. Yes. Oh my
I'm like,
gosh.
okay, because this is heating up. And if you notice, these two
Mhm.
witnesses are the first two witnesses of the community, of that gang life, right? That we had on the
Yeah.
stand. His whole demeanor switch. I'm talking about grandfather face, sit down in the corner face. He was not. Keefe D was very heated yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Very
Yeah.
heated. Like, wasn't blinking. I counted 2 blinks in 5 minutes.
I did too. I said, okay, what do you think about Mob James though?
Mob James didn't want to be there. He wanted to take his kids and go to Cuba.
Yeah, he looked like he was like, well, he said that. He said, I was ready to take my grandchildren, and I don't know about Cuba, but definitely he said he didn't want to be there. He wanted to avoid the whole thing.
I'm not sure, because remember, this is the state. The state has the burden of proof. So
That's right.
Mob James was contacted by the state. He didn't want to work. So it's tricky, because he was part of that life, and these are still, gangs are still here today. So I want to know. I don't want to know anything about the gang, but I'm interested in knowing how that goes with the laws of the street when
Mm-hmm.
you are, subpoenaed to be the court and you talk on the stand. Now, he could have got on the stand and said, I plead the fifth, which I think Suge would do, because they're calling Suge. They're going to subpoena him.
Right.
They're going to have to.
Dang. Dang. And what do you feel about Suge though? I mean,
Suge is not all clean either. Suge is not all clean either. He has some answering to do. And if I was part of death row in 1996, we're going to court, because you're going to have to show me Dash Dillinger. One of the him and Corruptor were part of the Dog Pound, right?
Right.
Was part of Snoop Dogg when Snoop Dogg took over Death Row. His
Mm-hmm.
contract had Michelet stamping Suge's name on it. Well, Michelet wasn't even his wife. And just because you're somebody's wife doesn't mean you're power of attorney to a living person. So his whole catalog was sold off to somebody else based off of Michelet stamping one of the stamps she had. So it's like,
that's insane. Ty Mitch, you're saying everybody's guilty. You're like, throw everybody under the jail at this point.
This is a RICO, my love.
It's a RICO. So you're saying it's
$300 million.
Oh man. Okay. I got you.
This is this is deeper than just, we do want justice for Tupac because this is ridiculous, right? But in the
Biggie
midst of
too.
two things could be true at the same 4,000, a quadrillion things could be true at the same time, as we know. We also have to look at the bigger picture, the business of death. Why are we all doing this? We all doing this for the money. They would stamp if two rubber stamps, and the guy still living. Yeah. Oh no.
It's crazy work. It does feel like, and I said this before, it feels like, wait a minute, we're working ourselves back. This is why, reading the transcripts the grand jury transcripts is very important. I said, we got to understand what we're walking ourselves into, because I'm like, it can't just be the book. There's got to be more to this. But then at the same time, do we even have enough? And is this even really, I don't know, man. Something feels off to me about this whole trial too, to be quite honest with you.
It's off, and it's a lot of different motives, I think, being played at hand right now. I think Los Angeles is like, okay, we need to establish credibility within our community, right? We need to take back our name. They've been talking about this is a perfect opportunity for whatever they want to do that has nothing to do with this case, right? So it's bigger than Keefe D. Everybody's saying, well, why is this necessary? This is necessary because this is a reference. Like we're talking, right? In the grand jury, you said this. At trial, you said this. Well, I'm trying to get my money right, and I see that you guys have rubber stamps. I need to know what rubber stamps, who had the stamps, who had power of attorney. Did you see Reggie? He was sitting up there looking at the jury with his sour mouth, sitting there saying, well, I don't know. Somebody in the courtroom signed. I signed. You didn't sign nobody. Did you just say you was taking the paperwork up to Suge Knight and having him sign?
Yeah. Oh man.
It's a mess. Who do you think is coming up today?
Wow, I think right now it's all foundational. So even though yesterday we went with, Mob James and them, it could just very well be more LAPD. I think I'm waiting for Greg Kading too. I said, oh, we're waiting for that guy to, because what does he have to say? How is he going to be questioned? And what is that going to look like?
I don't personally think they're going to bring. I don't personally think they're going to bring him because he's not the way that he did the way his own career is set up, right? They told him, I think he had to quit. I think he went into early retirement because he was found guilty for misappropriating evidence. So
and he doesn't say that
because,
And he doesn't say that, Ty. He does not. He intentionally leaves that shit out, and that's what bothers me about him. It's like, no, it's just. Anyway,
this is the beautiful thing about the court. It's not YouTube, babe. You're not going to be able to get up here and say anything because you're going to impeach yourself and you're going to be held in contempt of court. You're going to jail, buddy. So Mr. Kading, I don't think they're going to bring Mr. Kading because he has nothing to offer. I don't think he has anything to offer because everything he did was illegal.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, did you find any value in Reggie's statement? I felt like he knew he just acted like this was a traditional YouTube video while he was up on that stand. I don't know. It just. What are we watching?
Anything valuable in Reggie, right? You're telling me, well, he also said on the stand, he said, well, if I had any suspicion that anything would happen to Tupac, I would have had an army on him. Hold on, I'm about to be loud. You are security. You're supposed to have suspicion, you idiot. What are you talking about? It is fight night in LA with Mike Tyson knocking people out in 2 minutes. Everybody and their mama cat goldfish is in Las Vegas, and you have one person on the biggest person in hip hop, and you didn't have any suspicion. Well, what are you supposed to have, Reggie? What are you supposed to have when you're running a security detail? If I would have known. What do you mean if I would have known?
Oh shit!
Nobody called me, but everybody had a walkie. what I can respect is this jury is on it. They're asking questions. They're paying attention,
Yes,
Rabbit.
they are paying attention. That's
They're
the
paying
best part. I
attention.
said, I don't know these jury member, but they're paying attention, and that's all we need. That is all we need. All right, Ty Mitch, I just dropped your
I
link,
love you
guys. Make sure you
guys.
go sub up to Ty. You got to come back later, man, because
I
you
will. I
are
will. When you open up the line
hilarious.
later, I'll be back. You know,
I
I work
will.
overnight, so I'll be up burning the midnight oil.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you, Ty.
Thank you guys. Bye, bunnies.
Bye. Drop some hearts for Ty, please. And thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're about to get started. Hold up. All right. They're still not started yet, guys. Give me 1 second. Hey, Super, how are you? What's up? What's up? If you got like 1 minute to talk, my love.
Oh, damn. Shout out to
1
Ty.
minute.
That was mad funny.
That was mad
entertaining.
funny. He's hilarious.
So I know you covered the shooting by the, because of this case.
Right.
I think it's gonna be interesting to see if people are gonna be a little more hesitant with their evidence now, what they remember and what they choose to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
like he just said, we're seeing people now from their community and people from their, like friend groups and all of that. I don't feel like everyone's gonna be as saying as much as yesterday. That's just how I feel.
Definitely. I hear you. So they might be a little bit, I mean, it sounded like it might have been a target. We just don't know. We don't know these, we don't know who could be after. So anything is possible, right?
Yeah.
We got to be mindful of that. Yeah, we have to be mindful of that. All right, guys, I'm setting things up. We're waiting for the court. Thank you so much, Super, for coming up. I'm going to open the lines a little bit later if you want to come up again, okay? Thank you, love.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, you guys. Shout out to both Super Science Snacks and Ty Mitch as well. That was great. I did drop some links down there. If you guys want to go support Ty's Mitch, shout out to him. He's hilarious. Make sure this combo of videos and we're all right. Man, oh man, that was amazing. You woke the chat up, Ty. Shout out to you. You woke the chat up. All right, hold up. We're waiting for things to set up, guys. We're still, let me see. Déjame ver where we at as everything is being set up. Court. Okay. All right. So while we wait for the other stream to set up, okay, we got this one so far. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Man, now you got Forbes up in there too, but I don't like Forbes in their setup. See if we can get Court TV out there too, or Law and Crime. We're outside of the courthouse, guys. All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Catching up. You think I'm muted? Am I muted? I don't think so. Yes. Shout out to you, Ty. I don't think I'm muted. Let me know. You might want to come in and out. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you. Good point. I wonder if the witnesses will be more tight-lipped now. I do think that this was an attempt to target. Anything is possible. But then again, how often do we have shootings in that area? I'm just thinking that why would you? A lot of tourists out there and whatnot. Okay. You're not muted. It's just me. Okay. They're all messy. I mean, it's something to be said there with this situation. That's for sure. You said I stopped doing chores. It was too funny. Now. Oh, I mean, that baby mama. I didn't even. Oh, Lord have mercy. That was hilarious. All right. See, you don't get that kind of entertainment with Court TV. Please note that. All right. You don't get this kind of conversation with Court TV or Law and Crime. Please note that. Please note that. Shout out to Ty Mitch. Let me see the going up a little bit. You said even if Keffe D is guilty, we still gonna feel like there's more people out there that is responsible. I would agree with that statement, even if he is guilty. But I do think I'm of the mindset that there's a lot more people involved that they're allowing or letting people know at this point. And it's almost like to their detriment or benefit. They don't want certain individuals being held responsible for this. You just imagine what that would be. Certain law enforcement individuals. Okay, what is going on? All right. Setting everything up. Okay, is this it? Nope. Okay, here we go. All right. What are we doing, Law and Crime? Things are still being set up, guys. They're not. It is 1:05 in Vegas time, just so people are aware. 1:05 in Vegas time. They have not started yet. We're supposed to start at 1, so hopefully they'll get things going up there. Let me also check some other folks. AP News is outside of the courthouse or not inside, so people are aware. Is Gene Deal out there too? Because I'm hearing that people are saying that Gene Deal's out there. I don't see him out there. So there is that. I do notice that a lot more people are paying attention to the coverage now. This was a slow start to the coverage, I will say. I thought we would have a lot more people cover it, and I don't see a whole lot. I think people are maybe confused by the story, maybe sometimes. I don't know. The different moving parts to it. That could happen. But we're here. All right, we're waiting for things to get started. Y'all are not missing anything. Maybe I can do some shout outs while I'm here. Zoe, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. SJ, thank you for the jewels. Sweet Pea, thank you for the sunshine jewels. Thank you. Just Joan, thank you for the sparkles. Robin, thank you for the silver star. Pamela, thank you for the silver star. Back that ass it up too. Ooh, I like your name. Thank you for the GOAT trophy, love. Chantel, thank you so much for your 14-month membership, love. Shout out to you, Chantel. Thank you. SJ, thank you for the high five. Carmen says, you can give a power of attorney, POA, while you're fully capable and not incapacitated. Very true. I think it could go both ways, actually. My understanding of it. Teresa, thank you so much for the gold coins. Thank you. J.M. McCarthy's World. My love, you renewed your membership. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. And Stan, hey, shout out to you, girl. You have been tagging me on the Twitter, love. I saw your video. Shout out to you. I want to make sure I say your name correctly. Is it Stanley? I hope you let me know if I said it correctly. Shout out to you, and thank you so much for the jewels. Really, thank you. Penelope just gifted 5 memberships, guys. If you have been blessed by any of the gifters, anytime this week, please drop some hearts in the chat. We really depend on our channel. All right, here we go. Really depend on this stuff to make it happen. Okay. All right. Man, oh man. Thank you. Okay, let's get this going. Okay, volume's not up yet. All right. I don't like that banner in the bottom. I really don't. Hopefully we can get another one with no banner. So distracting. Too many damn banners. Hold up, y'all. While we wait. I mean, this time he's not wearing a whole... Man, it must be hot in there, too, to have to wear a suit and a tie and everything. She's talking about the desert. The desert. Okay? He said, forget that jacket. That's what he said. He said, forget that jacket. That's what he said. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let me see. We're waiting, y'all. And by the way, members, just so you guys know, if you're following this, as they say, gavel to gavel, and you want the grand jury transcripts are available on the Discord, so you guys can get a copy there too. It's literally 8 sessions. They're not too much of a read, I would say. I mean, it took me a couple hours because I was reacting to them and whatnot. But shout out to the members that donated for that, because they're the ones that made it happen before they disappeared from the website, because you can't find them anymore. So we were able to get them before they disappeared. And y'all saw I got into it with Pablo on the phone. Pablo was doing the most on that phone, so we got on it. All right, they haven't started yet. I don't even see his attorney there quite yet. They're running a little bit late. The other outlets are also running late, it looks like. I don't know what's going on. Pinche Pablo. Pablo got me mad. No sound on Keefe. He's not saying anything right now. Who do you guys think is going to be a witness today? Pablo. Yeah, Pablo gave me upset. Where's my gavel? From Abraham. It's right here, y'all. Right here. We got, there's the lawyer. We got it bedazzled. Abraham made me this gavel. Shout out to Abraham. Okay. Very cute. Very cute. Thank you. The judge, yes, it's a little shout out to you, love. The judge is very young. She's very young. I would say, very young. She's probably learning about this case and the craziness of it with all, she's kind of surprised. Ain't no telling at this point. Yeah, why did Pablo make those, why Why did he make things disappear? Okay. All right, we're waiting for the networks to get started as well. He's still there. He's like, what's up? He ain't worried about nothing. Hold up. While I get everything situated and going. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if Jesus Christ and or Tupac, if somebody's a witness here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm OG stan of Eminem. I was oh, I got you. I got you. I got you. Stan Ayala is how it's pronounced, but my real name is, well, shout out to you, Stan. Okay, thank you, girl. Yeah, I got you. You were tagging me. Thank you for the Twitter tag. Appreciate you. Thank you for following our channel. You know, and literally, thanks guys for following us. You guys could be following, you know, all these other people, and y'all are following me. And I'm like, Lord have mercy, why? But I appreciate it. But why? But I appreciate it. Okay, hold up. Espérame. Let me get this going. Let's get this one. I like this aesthetic better. Okay, let's do that one. Here we go. Okay. This one's a little bit better. I'm a little smaller in here. Oh, Joey, feel better. Feel better. Feel better. You said I'm sorry I haven't been here. Sick kid. Miss you. Oh, feel better. Hey, shout out to Daisy Girl. And thank you, Joey. Shout out to Daisy Girl, my love. She's been watching the replay. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. She took a little vacay. Appreciate her. Glad she's okay. I'm disappointed about the lack of coverage. Carmel, you notice that there's a lack of coverage? Tell me why. Why is there a lack of coverage on something like this? I don't know. I think that's interesting. I did notice that too. And I don't mean like you have a lot of networks talking about it, but I do notice that, I don't know. If you notice how Diddy was covered, I mean, people don't even talk about, didn't really know Diddy like that. They were covering this. A lot of people. This one is a little bit different. I wonder. Okay. Thank you, guys. Mama Llama, thank you for the chimichanga fun. Thank you for the chimichanga fun. I ordered me where can I get a neck bone taco? You know what? I was gonna look this up for you guys too. Tacos al pastor, tacos, neck bone tacos. Neck bone tacos. Yeah, there's pork neck bone, there's beef neck bone. There's a, what do we Mexicans call it? I forgot what it's called. Oh, look at the view of the courtroom. Hold up. En español, ya se me olvida el español. Sometimes I forget how to talk in Spanish, you guys. Pescuezo. That's what it is. Tacos de pescuezo. Oh my God, they're bomb. Get a little green chili, put a little pescuezo. Oh yeah. Tacos de pescuezo is like something else. Yep. Yes, you tread. Yep. You have to be very careful about, that's very true. Maybe that's why people are very careful about talking about this case. Very much so. Tacos de pescuezo. So if you go to a Mexican restaurant, I'm not talking about your Taco Bell. Your Taco Bell is not going to sell you, or your Chipotle. Okay. They are not selling you neck bone tacos. Okay. I'm talking about your like authentic Mexican restaurants. You know, the ones that like, you know, those ones with the Mexican music, even though some of these Taco Bells and Chipotles have them. No, your real ones. Okay. Don't. All right. Let me mute.
Okay. Back on record, State versus Davis, C377407. Looks like we have the jury lined up. Anything we need to address before we bring them in?
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam?
Yeah, I do have one request of the court. I understand that the state will be putting on a witness that actually has a medical appointment back in California tomorrow.
Okay.
And so as a result, I would like to be able to do my cross after they present all of their direct evidence, which would include the recording that will be played with regards to an interview with Mr. Davis. But I'd like to do that at the end instead of in the middle like we did yesterday or the other day with Detective Miller. There were questions I wanted to ask Detective Miller that I just couldn't do after the recording had been played. And so I understand that this Detective Dupree, would be in California tomorrow for the appointment. I just
So you would rather, so you understand that he's going to be back in California, but you still want to do it via Zoom.
Sure, yeah, because I don't want to miss with disappointment on.
So no objection to him doing it via Zoom, but you want the state to present all of the information that they're presenting through him, and then you do your cross.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can accommodate that, right, State?
Well, I mean, there is approximately 5 hours worth of recordings with him. Once it's into evidence, our choice to play it, whether he's on the stand or not, is when we decide to play it.
Okay.
During the trial. I explained to Detective Dupree that I plan to do my direct and his cross-examination today because I knew that he had to be out of here.
Okay.
I don't think he'd be opposed to subject to recall with Mr. Sant if he wants to go and would come back on by Zoom. But I am opposed to the idea that they're going to control the way we present our evidence. We'll do direct, we'll do cross. If there's anything he wants to additionally have from Detective Dupree, I don't think that he'd necessarily be opposed to getting on a Zoom in his case.
All right. Do you guys want to talk to him real quick to see if he can be recalled? If there's something that needs to be done after everything's presented?
Okay, I just want to jump right. I heard the state basically say that they don't want me to dictate how they want to present the case. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying.
You're not stipulating that they can play it outside.
Look, I mean,
Like, with the
this
other
is a
witness.
matter of professional courtesy. I would definitely allow him to go back to California to do what he's doing. But he's on the stand. Technically, he's not supposed to be released until after the court releases him from the subpoena. And so as a result, if you want to play that game, then I would want him to stay here overnight so he can at least be cross-examined by me. I just was trying to be nice about it by doing it the other way, but it seems now like I have to recall this person. I don't trust that he wouldn't disappear in the wind. I don't care if he's a detective. Like, in my opinion, I got a problem with that.
Yes.
Yeah, but once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's our choice as to when to play it and how to play it. So, like, I'm not getting dictated how we do that. If he's done with cross, if he's going to delay cross and keep him on the stand long enough, he's free to play it during this cross-examination if he wants to. Once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's admitted, right? And
Right.
so I'm going to lay
if you're
the
going to
foundation.
have him verify it and then not play it until closings or something, that's your prerogative.
Or I could just, on Friday decide we're going to play, because we have hours and hours and hours of audio to play, and just having somebody sitting on the stand for audio is not necessary. I can present it in any manner I want to. It just doesn't require the witness to be here to listen to it.
And so
once
it
it's
sounds
admitted.
like what Mr. Samp is saying is he has no objection to you doing your direct and then playing it without him being here, and then he would like to do his cross tomorrow. So I was just going to see if
I just don't think we'll be through it by tomorrow. I think it may be, because we have a witness coming tomorrow, so we may be breaking up 2008 and then later on playing 2009. So I don't know when that's going to happen in our presentation of the evidence.
I understand that.
Kind of the issue that we're having, because we're really juggling a lot of out-of-state witnesses because nobody was in Vegas when this crime occurred.
So, Mr. Samp, what I'll do is after you listen to when the state is done with their direct, and they've admitted what they want to admit, and they say that they're done, I'll turn to you. And you can let me know if you want to cross-examine now, or if you want to ultimately recall him on your own for your presentation. And
There's a little bit of a regret with regards to Detective Miller, and I do understand there were some audio-visual problems with his connection, right? In terms of his, there were questions that I look back and listening to this video or this audio that I should have asked him that I didn't ask him. I do not want to fall into that same regret with regards to Detective Dupree. So I just know that there will be questions.
do you want me to ask then? I guess I was just trying to get somebody to figure out if he would be available at a later time for recall. That's all I'm trying to do at this point, so that I can see what my options are.
I'd be happy to go out and talk. I think he's in the back.
So if you guys want to talk to him and see if he has a time afterwards, I understand your concern. I understand your point that we can just admit it and play it at closings, essentially. We don't, once something's admitted, you can play it whenever you want. That is true. You also may have questions that get formulated after the item is presented. So let's see if there's a possibility for him to be recalled at all at any point. I have no problem with doing that, but I don't know if he's available. So go check with him, and then we can come up with a plan.
Oh shit. He took his man bun off. He means business. Don't mess. Listen, he took the ponytail off. He was like, nope. He got in. Yep, that's what he said. He said no. You said the judge needs moisturizer. I mean, this is the desert, y'all. I mean, you should have a really good moisturizer, because of that air and the water and stuff like that. Yeah, it's hot as hell over there. She's like, for F's sakes, listen. But he came in here with no ponytail. He was red tea. He was ready. I can't believe the prosecutor is making this such a big deal. Just zoomed. I don't know, man. Apparently there's 5 hours. Now he said Dupree. Did you guys hear Dupree too? Because I heard Dupree too. You said no man bun, but he's still better hair. You know what? Listen, I'm not saying that the guy is eye candy, but he's kind of easy on the eyes. He is. He's giving he got that Polynesian flavor. All right. I did marry a Polynesian, so I'm just saying like this. Something about that. Shout out to the Polys, okay? There's a reason why I'm married to one. Oh my god, y'all. I said I can't believe the prosecutor is making this such a big deal. I read that. He's not. No, he's not. You said he was Katie's partner. Ooh, ay Dios mío. You said good looking man, but he needs to shave too. Now, Marta, that's okay if he doesn't. Sometimes we like a little facial hair. You said, hand me your devices. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on mute. Y'all can listen to the nothing. The judge looks, she's young, but she looks like she's the right person for this. Honestly, you said, you see me, rabbit. All right. You said he said, hold off my chongo. The hair is coming down. Oh man. I mean, he's no pushover. I'll tell you that. He is no pushover. He showed yesterday. He showed himself. What did he say to Reggie? You called me a celebrity, something lawyer. And Reggie's like, as you've said things about me. And he's like, yeah, well, yada, yada. I mean, they had this little back and forth. I said, oh, he doesn't run. He doesn't run from stuff. Oh.
If Mr. Stamp has any additional questions, I would assume we figure by then we'll be through the two statements.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, perfect. So looks like that's been resolved. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
Not from the state.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
All right.
Captain jury.
See, that's why y'all got to come over here while we're covering trials. We get messy in here.
Okay, you may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for accommodating me as we started a little bit later. I appreciate your time. At this time, we are still in the state's case in chief. Who's your next witness, Mr.
Wade Lee.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Wade Lee, W-A-D-E-L-E-E.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. DeJuckle, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Let me just give the clerk the next thing in order. I know we're kind of messed up. Sir, back in the 90s, how were you employed?
I was a special agent with the FBI.
How long were you with the FBI?
25 years.
And when did you start?
May of 1996.
May of 1996.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been retired that long, actually.
5 years.
I want to direct your attention to the 1997, 1998 time period. What was your assignment? What were you doing for the FBI at that time?
I was assigned to a squad that was working the State Streets Task Force. I was on basically the Violent Crimes Major Offenders program, working gangs in South Central LA.
You said Project Safe Street, and that's a federal task force that has multi-agency people on it?
Yes, that's correct. The way it was generally organized, there were several squads in LA, the LA division of the FBI, that were assigned to different regions of the area, the territories. My squad was assigned to the Watts area of Los Angeles, South Central. And
as part of your duties, did you have a partner by the name of Agent Holiday?
Yeah, Todd Holiday, yes.
Did there come a point in time when the two of you, along with other members of your squad, begin an investigation into a criminal street gang by the name of Grape Street?
Yes. It was.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Grape Street is?
Grape Street, the Grape Street Crips was a large gang organization that operated out of the Jordan Downs housing projects in Watts. It was basically believed to be the largest Crip set in all of America. Our squad was working the violent aspects and drug dealing aspects of that organization.
As part of your investigation into Grape Street, did you come across a person that you identified as Duane Davis?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out to describe something he's wearing?
It's the gentleman sitting in the at the defendant's table with the blue shirt and tie.
And how is it that you came across Mr. Davis?
During the course of our investigation with Grape Street, when you're looking at the organization, there was numerous techniques that we used for investigating, whether it was informants, wiretaps, surveillance, active interviews, and things of that nature. During the course of that interview, Mr. Davis kind of came under the umbrella under the course of our investigation of one of his associate family members by the individual of the name Rodney Blackman.
And did Rodney have a nickname?
Speedy.
During the time period that you're doing this investigation, well, let me ask you this. As part of Project Safe Streets, as well as being assigned to the Watts area, were you aware of the various gang sets and their
Yeah, I mean, while our squad was working that investigation on Grape Street, you always would have crossover in other areas. For example, in Watts, there were 3 main housing project areas. Each of them you had fairly prominent gang organizations, as well as gangs that came up from the Compton area and other parts of South Central Los Angeles. So there was usually crossover, whether it's from drug activity or other sort of gang violence, things like that.
And you mentioned one of them, the Jordan Downs.
Yes.
What type of housing, what type of gang activity was going on in the Jordan Downs?
So Grape Street Crips operated out of Jordan Downs housing projects, and they basically controlled that whole housing project as far as the drug trafficking, violent activity, and things of that nature.
If somebody were hiding out from blood gang members hunting him, and he was a Crip, obviously, would it be safe for him to be inside the Jordan Downs?
Yeah, from other rival gangs and things of that nature, yes, generally speaking.
You mentioned that Mr. Davis had a cousin, I'm going to call Speedy. At some point, do you wind up learning information that allows you to arrest Mr. Davis for some criminal offenses?
Yes, we were part of our investigation while we were up on Mr. Blackman, there was a period of time when Mr. Davis actually was staying with Blackman. It was actually after the Tupac Shakur murder. During the course of our investigation of the Grapefruit Crips and of Blackman and things like that, we were able to obtain information and evidence to develop a case against Mr. Davis.
And can you just describe the general allegations of the case?
It was drug trafficking, 2 kilos. He was indicted and arrested for selling 2 kilos of cocaine. And
the type of evidence you had against Mr. Davis, what was it?
Most of it was telephone conversation intercepts from wiretaps, court authorized wiretaps.
And based upon the charges, ultimately, do you indict Mr. Davis for some crimes related to drug trafficking?
Yes, he was indicted, arrested, and then eventually pled guilty.
The type of sentence Mr. Davis was facing when he was indicted, what kind of ranges are we talking for those kind of charges?
I believe it was around somewhere in the nature of 10 years initially, but it varies depending on, individuals' prior criminal history, whether they were felony convictions, drug trafficking offenses, and things of that nature. It also varies depending on the type of drug that the individual might have been accused of trafficking. Back then, and at that time period, the federal sentencing guidelines, there was a difference in sentencing for rock cocaine, crack cocaine versus regular powder cocaine and things of that nature. And he was indicted for trafficking 2 kilos of powder cocaine.
As part of that investigation, does there come a point in time when you do what's known as a proffer with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a proffer is.
So a proffer interview session would be, it's usually considered, it's a fairly common practice, particularly in the federal criminal justice system, where we have an individual who's been indicted and arrested, and it sort of is the beginning of a negotiation for a plea agreement, if you will. What we do is the U.S. Attorney's Office, the defendant's attorney, they all agree that to conducting an interview with the FBI. The terms of that agreement are such that the defendant has to be open and candor, tell the truth regarding the questions that we ask him. In return, the FBI, Department of Justice, will not use what the defendant says in that proffer session against him in this case in chief that we have him charged with. There's a couple little caveats. One being that if during trial the defendant goes on to make statements that contradict what he said in that proffer session, at that point it violates it, and we can use his statements against him. Those are generally in nature, and we agree to keep the nature of the interview confidential.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, this is Wade Lee or Lead. I think it said Wade Lead, FBI. So it sounds like he's going to tell us about the proffer agreement. Okay, just so people are aware. Did he say Lee or Lead? I thought I heard him say Lead. Welcome everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. It helps the channel. Please and thank you. While we're live, we got 300 people here. Let's get to 300 likes. I would appreciate it. Please and thank you. This is interesting. Lee, not Lead. Okay. Thank you guys for correcting me. So he is FBI. And as far as Dupree's, we have 3 Dupree's that could very well be, well, one of them can't be called because he died. But there is Darren Dupree, who was former partner of Greg Kading. Okay, there's that. Duane Dupree, he died, I believe, in 1999. So he's clearly not going to be him. Now, Jermaine Dupree did come up because apparently on his 23rd birthday at a nightclub in Atlanta, and I believe we've talked about this event already. Essentially, there was a feud there. He was trying to like stop the feud, and a fight broke out at this event with Death Row and Bad Boy, and it resulted in the shooting death of Suge Knight's closest friend and bodyguard. Okay, and Suge Knight basically is when he blamed Diddy. So could be one of the Duprees.
When you had your 1998 proffer with Mr. Davis, well, first of all, were you by yourself, or were there? Did you have your partner Todd Holliday with you?
Todd Holliday attended, as well as Assistant United States Attorney, along with the attorney for Mr. Davis, who were also there.
And what was his name?
I referred to by.
Well, I have what's marked as State Proposed Exhibit 46. I know you got a copy
Okay.
there.
That's fine.
How about we use the one that I have marked, and then I'll take these back from you.
Would reviewing those notes refresh your recollection as to the name of his attorney?
Yes, Edie Fall.
Okay, after reviewing that, has your recollection been refreshed?
Oh, yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And it's Edie Fall?
Yes.
Understood. You may proceed.
First of all, let me ask this. Up until you were contacted sometime this year, have you maintained the confidentiality of this conversation that you have with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And as far as you're aware, your partner Todd Holliday also maintained the confidentiality of it.
Yes, as far as I know.
And before you hit the stand today, or sometime last week or the week before, or at some point, the United States or the U.S. Attorney's Office issued a letter authorizing you to testify to these two conversations you had with Mr. Davis.
Yes, referring to the TUI letter, yes.
And that's a requirement that state prosecutors have to get permission from the federal government to allow you as an agent or former agent to testify to actions you took in your official capacity as a federal law enforcement officer.
Yes, regarding those two interviews, yes.
How is your proffer with Mr. Davis documented?
Usually we use the standard FBI reporting mechanism, which is a FD 302 report.
And that is essentially a report that lays out the information you receive. There's no audio recording of that particular conversation.
That's correct.
And is there a FBI 302 of what's in front of you? And I forgot the number. Is it 146?
146.
146, is that a fair and accurate copy of the description of the conversation that you were a part of with Mr. Davis on July 16th of 1998?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 146. None.
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, I'm not going to have you go through everything that was in there, but what is your purpose in talking to Mr. Davis in the proffer session?
Well, the purpose is to glean as much information as we can regarding what he knew or knew at the time regarding gang, drug, violent activity going on within the Watts and Compton areas.
Were you investigating directly, at least, the Tupac Shakur murder?
Not directly. Like it wasn't. We weren't assigned. We were working our normal gang activity investigations. However, it was known to us that he was a person of interest. Mr. Davis was a person of interest regarding that homicide.
And so during this proffer session, you asked him questions about that as well.
Yes, we did.
I'm going to go through 146 in front of you. And actually, I can roll it up here on the screen for you. Oh, it would help if I plugged the computer in. So that's what the front page of this 302 says. Is confidential and has the date and a description of who the people that are present for this particular proffer are.
That's correct.
The very first part of the interview, and let's close that. There, you have a discussion with Mr. Davis about an individual called Zip. Tell us what he tells you about this individual Zip initially.
Initially, that Zip was an individual from New York who was a pimp who controlled girls, numerous girls, sold marijuana. He did just mention that Zip was involved in PCP trafficking, and that Davis at one point arranged for an individual by the name of Patrick Bernard to give Zip some PCP. So Zip came from New York to LA to conduct the transaction.
Did he also mention how he met Zip?
Yes, he said he met Zip at a baseball game somewhere in approximately 1993 or 94. There was an individual named Fats who's also at the game that introduced Davis to Zip.
And then he talks to you a little bit about who Fats is.
Yeah, Fats was a large cocaine supplier who operated in the west side of LA. He's also known as Flint. Davis associated with Fats prior to 1994, up until basically the time, I guess, where Fats was arrested and taken into federal custody.
Let's skip past some Fats. There's a part of this conversation, a person by the name of Wayne Day comes up. Do you know who Wayne Day is?
Yes, Wayne Day was actually arrested by the squad that I worked on, the Safe Street Task Force. He was a large-scale drug dealer, drug trafficker in the Watts area, Compton, with Grape Street Crips.
And does Davis describe his relationship as it relates to Mr. Day?
Yes, there was. He mentioned that they were related. That Davis had an uncle who was the uncle of Wayne Day. That's how he described it.
And then there's a conversation in this next paragraph where Mr. Davis makes mention of Mr. Day having Compton sewn up. What does sewn up mean?
Well, in terms of having control of all the drug trafficking in that specific area, and actually, there was agents mentioned to him. It said that Wayne Day had Compton sewn up, and Mr. Davis said actually that he had part of Compton sewn up, that he didn't have the south side part that Davis operated in.
And then does he tell you what his role is in the south side part of Compton as it relates to drug trafficking?
When you say he, you're referring to
Mr. Davis, sorry.
That Mr. Davis had that side of Compton handled as far as the drugs.
And did he talk to you about who handled the north side of Compton?
Yes, he did. It was an individual who was a former Compton PD officer by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
I'm going to drop down a little bit here to the part where he talks to you about both him and Mr. Blackman being major suppliers in the Jordan Downs housing project in Watts.
That's correct.
And then he begins to talk to you about the start of Death Row Records.
Yeah, again, that was all part of the, overall investigations that we're looking at as far as the gang activity and things of that nature. And he mentioned there was an individual by the name of Harry O that provided money to start the Death Row Records. Also, what's his name? I believe Patrick Johnson provided approximately $80,000. Actually told Davis to give $80,000 that money that Davis owed to Johnson from previous gang transactions to Johnson's girlfriend, so that money could be used to start Death Row Records.
And he also explains Marion Suge Knight's role and his connection to the Blood gang members.
Yes, he did. He said that Marion Knight had gained control of the North Compton drug trade and that he was associated with a bunch of the Blood Street gang members, like the Mob Pyrus and such. And they were, the Knight was getting them in and out of, getting them out of jail, bailing them out, and they would cooperate with Knight.
And basically, when Knight goes to prison, he tells you Reggie Wright kind of takes over.
Yeah, Reggie Wright Jr. took over the organization after Suge Knight was arrested.
You already mentioned Harry O, but Davis claims to actually be involved in the delivery of some of the money associated with the startup of Death Row Records.
Yes.
Down. I'm going to start. You see at the top there. You asked him about his prior relationship with Mr. Knight prior to the murder of Tupac Shakur. You see that paragraph there?
Yeah. I mean, Davis said that he told us that he never had any issues with Suge Knight or any of those individuals prior to the incident in Vegas with the killing of Mr. Shakur.
And Mr. Davis goes on, and I'm going to skip down just a little bit, but he basically accuses two Compton Police Department officers, Sergeant Reynolds and Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr., the father of Reggie Wright Jr., as basically being corrupt officers.
Yes. Yeah. That Reggie Wright Sr. was a lieutenant with Compton Police Department, and then Reggie Wright Jr. was a former officer with the police department. He had then started a company called Right Way Security, and then he was working with Suge Knight, doing security, although some claimed it wasn't on an official capacity, for Death Row Records, looking at their parties and such and things like that. And they would, Right Way Security, they would employ Compton PD officers and things of that nature to conduct their business for Mr. Knight.
And he also mentions Omar Bradley. Who's Omar Bradley?
Omar Bradley is former mayor of Compton, the city of Compton. He mentions Mr. Bradley saying that he was associated with Knight and the other Blood Pirate gang members.
Skip through the part. Top of page 4, he provides information, or at least asserts that Reggie Wright Jr. is distributing drugs out of a particular location, and even names some people that are helping with that.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Had a drug distribution location, an auto body shop called Untouchables, that was located at the corner of Alondra and Washington in the city of Compton. There was the shop was owned by an individual by the name of Melvin Hurd, and then Hurd, a guy by the name of G. Ray and Jim helped distribute cocaine from the shop.
He also mentions some people that work for Reggie Wright Jr. and assisting in the cocaine distribution.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. had an individual by the name of Mob James, who was a member of the Mob Piru street gang, individual named Flip, who distributed out of a shop location on Compton Boulevard, and Harris. There was an individual known as Buntry, but we at the time we wrote it out as Bump Tree, but we believe that actually was an individual known as Montreal or
Alton McDonald.
Yes,
Buntry, Buntry.
Yes, Alton McDonald, who was the brother of Mob James, which is James McDonald. Also another individual named Trayvon Lane, who was a Mob Pirate gang member, and then Kevin Woods.
And then they can kind of read this themselves, but at some point he talks about an incident that occurs at a neighborhood mall involving a person named Marcus. What does he tell you about that?
Yeah, this is a few weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. This individual, Marcus, who's a Southside Crip, was at a mall by himself. Several Blood street gang members attacked him and started beating him up. Then an individual, Mr. Orlando Anderson, who was the cousin or nephew of Mr. Davis, observed what was happening and went in to help Marcus. And they beat up and fended off the other gang members.
And then he moves on to describe the incident at the MGM casino the night of Mr. Shakur's murder.
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He told us the day of the murder of Tupac Shakur that the Blood Street members, some Blood Street gang members saw at night, they saw Orlando Anderson. They attacked him because of the previous incident at the mall. After the attack, Mr. Davis, Anderson, Orlando Anderson, and their girlfriends went back up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Hotel. And he said that was it. They didn't have any involvement. They stayed in the room the rest of the night.
He tells you that the room was in Anderson's name.
Yeah, the room was in Anderson's name. That they'd driven up to Vegas from the LA area in a Land Cruiser, and that they had some other associates, Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, aka Bubble Up, Big Dre, and Wynn also traveled to Las Vegas. They stayed at the MGM.
And he repeatedly denies to you knowing who killed Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, he said they didn't have any knowledge of what happened. That they weren't involved. He did later speculate that maybe it was some Compton police officers that were working for Suge Knight, and that maybe it was because he had heard that Tupac was talking about possibly leaving Death Row Records or something to that effect. But
his suggestion was that perhaps Knight, who's driving the car, had Compton police officers shoot Tupac in the car Suge's driving.
Yes, something like that effect.
I'm going to keep rolling down here. He gets back at page 5 to talking about Zip. So how does he tell you? Well, he talks about Zip and how he becomes associated with the Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, he said that back in 93, 94, is introduced Davis to Notorious B.I.G. at Summer Jam concert. And Davis would associate with Notorious B.I.G. when he was in LA area, but they never had any like drug connections or anything like that.
He tells you that he was actually at the Peterson Automotive Museum the night Mr. Wallace was killed.
That's correct, yes.
And then he saw some, at least people associated with Death Row Records at that location.
Yeah, he He told us that prior to that, the night of the murder, Davis observed some females associated with death row records at the party. He said, well, like Jewel, a singer, Lachelle, a comedian for Death Row, and Davis believes that they saw Mr. Wallace at the event, and then called Blvd gang members to come. Davis did say he observed Reggie Wright Jr. and DJ Quick, who was a performer for Death Row, Theo, a local disc jockey, and about 10 or 11 other Treetop, Freetown Blood gang members arrived at the event. Davis told Mr. Wallace that they were to watch, that they were there and they should watch out. And then shortly thereafter, Mr. Wallace was shot. But Davis wasn't there. He didn't see who actually shot him.
But once again, he tells you that he believes that Reggie Wright Jr. and Blood gang members are the people that killed Mr. Wallace.
Yes, he said he believed that Reggie Wright Jr. and the Blvd gang members associated with him were the ones responsible for killing Notorious B.I.G. When asked who the individual was who actually killed him, based off of there was a composite drawing that was that had been provided and was kind of passed around, so we showed him that. Davis responded that the composite looked just like Reggie Wright Jr.
Do you remember the day that you arrested Mr. Davis on the indictment?
Yes.
What day was that?
I believe it was May 28th, 1998.
Was it the day before the Orlando Anderson's killed in his own shootout
Yes.
in California?
Yes.
And Mr. Davis talks to you a little bit about that without going into the specifics, but he talks to you a little bit about how Mr. Anderson wound up dying.
Yes, he did.
And thereafter, and I'm not going to go through all of these, he initially denies distribution out of state, but eventually talks to you about a lot of different locations engaged in distributing cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him to discuss all the individuals out of state who he supplied cocaine to, and all the local individuals he supplied and distributed to. He initially said that he hadn't distributed out of state to anyone or knew of anyone who did it within the last 3 years, but then he went through and we started asking about specific individuals, and he would provide more details and information about who he had supplied and what he had supplied and sort of the details.
One of the people he talks about is Primo.
Yes. Primo was an individual that he bought cocaine from, like his supplier of kilos of cocaine, anywhere from 11,500 to 12,500 a kilogram. Primo fronted Davis one point up like 200 kilos of cocaine at a time, and then Davis would go out and sell it and then pay Primo back.
He also mentions Corey Edwards getting drugs from Mr. Davis and being out in Ohio and distributing cocaine in Ohio.
Yes, Davis said that at that time, back when we were interviewing him in '98, up until about 3 years prior, that he was supplying Corey Edwards, who was selling cocaine all over Ohio. But I guess Edwards got into, he said at one point Edwards got into some trouble with his Cleveland drug contact, and that Edwards started coming out to acquire cocaine directly from Davis. That was an individual named Bubs who resided in Cleveland.
Eventually, he describes how Primo goes back to Colombia and he gets a new supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez.
So Primo, I guess, departed the U.S. So we had to start selling cocaine in smaller quantities, and he came across supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez, whose brother was actually in federal custody. Then Davis had heard that Samuel Lopez went back to Mexico after the FBI attempted to arrest him. And I guess there was a younger brother or another Lopez, George Lopez, used to answer the phone for Samuel Lopez at the time.
And I'm not going to go into this, but there was a discussion of someone named Dupree, but that guy's full name was Azell Dupree Hall III, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He talks specifically about the phone calls that you were playing for him, that you had captured him on the wire.
That's correct.
At the very end, he denies that he's the leader of the Southside Crips and claims Darnell Brim is actually the leader of the gang.
Yes, he's even though he had said that he was large scale, basically a drug trafficker on that south side of Compton, that Darnell Brim was actually the head of the gang, if you will.
Okay. Now I want to move on. Shortly after that conversation that you had with Mr. Davis, did he enter a guilty plea to some charges and get sentenced to 70 months in federal prison?
Yes, he did.
That's a little less than 6 years. So he got some benefit from talking to you from what the...
Yeah, I don't know if it was 70 months. It might have been 77 months, 70 or 77 months. I don't recall specifically.
Judge, I have in my hand, it says it's admitted, but I don't remember offering it, a certified copy of the indictment, the plea, and the judgments of conviction in United States District Court for the Central District of California, case CR-98537, evincing his...
I have the parties attached.
Oh, they got the white noise. So could he have lied in this proffer? And some of you guys are saying, like First Liberty says, if he lied to enter the agreement, then it voids the agreement. So this may be voided no matter what, he says. Okay. Some of you guys are saying, so no, Reginald is acting a callback with. So wait a minute. Did I understand this correctly? He snitched on Reggie too? Did he? I hate to use that word, y'all, because no, let me not use because it's almost like it's bad for you to report something. No, but he basically did tell on Reggie. He basically said that Reggie was the one that was, yeah. Did I hear this correctly? So maybe this is why Reggie and him do not like see eye to eye. Huh. So I picked that up. I said, oh. He said, Joey says, can you please do a poll? Thank you, Joey, for the super chat on what everybody thinks about who did what at this point. So many scenarios in the chat. Well, first of all, can I just say I didn't even think we were going to see the proffer. Not only are we seeing the proffer, we're being read what the proffer says, okay? So I guess my question to you guys is, did he lie in the proffer? Maybe that's what it is. Hold up. Let me do a poll real quick. I mean, who wouldn't lie to get a proffer agreement? I don't know. I said yes, no. Let's see. Go ahead. Here we go. We got a little poll going on right here. You guys in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if yes, if you believe that he lied, to get a proffer agreement. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think he lied. Okay? You said he lied and lied? I don't know. You said this is why I want to hear the full audio. 5 hours though of Kading and Dupree coax Keefe a lot in the interview. It makes you wonder, right? Okay, some of y'all really don't think that Keefe lied. I'm looking at the 2s. I'm looking at the 2s. Now, are y'all trolling? I mean, I learned something in this proffer because this proffer clearly, the feds were watching a lot of people around this time, guys. They weren't just watching Keefe. Clearly, they were watching everybody. They were watching Suge. They were watching everyone, right? That's what it sounds like. Thank you, Joey. And I'll make sure I shout out everybody who's given a super chat or a jewel here in a little bit when we get on a break.
All right, that would be apparently was admitted as 75, but it will be admitted formally as 75. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard and will continue to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, gang affiliation, as well as a federal conviction of Mr. Davis's. These are not offered to show that Mr. Davis has a propensity to commit crimes. Instead, they are offered to establish credibility of the statements made by defendant in relation to this case, as well as motive and identity. Mr.
Okay.
Jackman, proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Y'all heard him.
Now, after Mr. Davis goes to federal prison.
Hang on 1 second. They're not offered to show propensity to commit crime, and you are not to consider them for any propensity that Mr. Davis has any propensity to commit crime. You may proceed, Mr. Jackman. Sorry, I phrased that one.
Subsequent to Mr. Davis going to prison, do you and your partner, Holiday, go to federal prison and have just a voluntary conversation with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did. We went to
Is that situation different than the proffer situation?
It is in that it's a strictly voluntary interview. His attorney, the U.S. Attorney's Office, were notified of us contacting him because he's in custody. But the terms of the proffer, it's not the same as the proffer agreement. It's just a normal, regular interview.
But once again, you do promise him confidentiality during that conversation.
Yes, we did.
And up until the U.S. Attorney authorized you, you maintain that confidentiality.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 149. Is that the 302 that describes that particular conversation?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 149.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put that one up on the screen. Can you tell me the date that occurred?
The interview, let's see here, April 15th, 1999.
Okay. And the report's generated on April 20th of 1999.
That's correct.
You begin the conversation with him talking about Mr. Anderson and his death. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Mr. Davis tells you he's not aware of any motive for why blood gang members or individuals associated with death row records would have wanted to kill Anderson.
That's correct.
And then he repeats that he had nothing to do with either Tupac Shakur or Christopher Wallace's murder.
Yes, he actually, he said that himself and Mr. Orlando Anderson were not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and as well as anybody else that he was associated with, and with Tupac or Mr. Christopher Wallace, Notorious B.I.G.
Does he speculate again as to who would have been involved in these two murders?
He said, he told us he didn't know who killed the two rap stars, but that he believed individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Mr. Wallace.
And then he talks a little bit of the gang war that occurs shortly after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Basically, he said that there was a conflict between Davis and Mr. Marion Knight. that resulted as a result of the shootings, that the conflict, there was basically a war going on between Southside Compton Crips and Compton Blood Pirate gang members, stemming from the mall altercation with Marcus Nunn and Orlando Anderson, other members of Southside Compton Crips, along with the Compton Blood gang members.
And he claims the reason that people believe that Orlando Anderson is the killer is that he asserts the Compton police is telling people that.
That's correct. He made comments that he believed that Compton PD members were putting out rumors that Orlando Anderson and them were involved.
Do you confront him about Mr. Anderson, the attack, and him being upset about that particular attack?
Well, I mean, we asked him about that, about the whole escalation of incidents because of the gang activity, the incident at the mall, then at the MGM Grand, then obviously the shooting of Tupac and things of that nature. Mr. Davis said that Davis and Anderson were upset after the casino's attack on Anderson, but they weren't going to strike back with so many police officers around that they would have struck back once they returned to Compton.
So he indicates to you that he's angry enough to do it. It's just he planned on doing it back in Compton, which instead of in Las Vegas.
Yeah, if they were, apparently it was because of police presence in the area, something of that nature.
I'm not going to go through all the rest of this. The jury can read sort of the rest of this. Let me just check the very bottom. Well, thank you, Agent. That completes my questions.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. It's no longer special agent, or it's still special agent?
Either way is fine.
All right. We'll stick with Special Agent Lee.
Okay.
All right. Now, sir, fair to say, working for the FBI would have been something of an honor, I would imagine, working for an organization like that.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, that working for the FBI, I would imagine that other people would consider that to be the creme de la creme of investigation throughout our entire country.
Yeah, some people would consider that, yes.
You put on seminars for law enforcement agencies throughout the country to help them with their investigative efforts, to help them become better police officers and detectives, fair?
You're talking about me specifically?
No. Well, you as the FBI.
Oh, okay, yes.
And with regard to that, have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to learn how they do their investigative techniques, make yourself or your agency a better agency, or yourself as a better special agent?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to see how they do their investigations to become a better agent yourself?
No, I did not.
All right. And once again, with regards to what you do as the FBI, you're very specific in your task, right? Your task is whenever there's a violation of federal law, for instance, you're the agency that would be tasked.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
With regards to federal law, if there's a violation of federal law, you're the agency that typically would be tasked with the investigation, right?
Correct.
Now, we talk a little bit about the 302s in this case. And a 302, and just for the jury's edification, when you say it's a sort of a means, it's really just a piece of paper and a pen, right?
It's a report.
Right. And so you are writing out what your impressions or recollection was of a specific event or time, right?
Correct.
So if you're sitting in a room and we're having a conversation, you would note in your report who's in the room and what your impressions were of what was said and who said what, right?
Correct.
Now, of course, juries here would be curious. You know, we have recorders now back in 1996, 1998 in this case. Recorders were available to the FBI, but of course, that's not how you do your job.
The use of recordings for the FBI they were not standard policy and procedure for the FBI at that period of time.
Yeah, and you retired since what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
During that time period, has it changed in terms of that policy with the FBI?
During the time period that I've been retired?
Right. No, up until the time that you retired, has the policy changed?
The standard procedure is no, not to record.
Right. And so as a result of that, any recording that's done is typically not what the FBI does, right? You still focus on pen to paper recollection onto a 302.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of how you do it, the 302s that we read or at least saw put into the record is the work that you recall, your partner recalls during the course of an investigation.
Of that event, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the task force here, we talked a little about the task force project, Safe Street. Is that what it was? Yes?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit of what that project was about?
The Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes.
So it's a compilation of multi-agencies directed to address gang activity within specific areas. So the Safe Streets Task Force initiative is a national initiative, but then there are fundings and directives that are sent to specific areas to address areas of high crime committed by gang activity.
Okay. And I would imagine gang activity would include violent crimes,
right,
as well as, say, in this case, drug dealing.
Drug trafficking, yes.
As long as it's associated with gangs.
Yes, primarily so, yeah.
Because, of course, you do have the DEA that also runs their own investigations as well.
DEA, ATF, yeah, we work with them.
Now, in terms of your about this task force, can you tell us at the time when you were operating on it, who was on the task force?
Oh, I mean, there were several agencies in terms of specific agencies.
Well, just in terms of your working with other people, do you recall at all who it was that was working on the task force with you at that time?
Well, there were members of Los Angeles PD. We had, I believe there was ATF. So there was multiple aspects of the task force. So different squads had different elements working depending on what cities they were in. So we would have Inglewood PD, Compton PD, LA County Sheriffs, LAPD, DEA, ATF. I believe we even had postal inspectors that might be involved. There was just a myriad of different agencies.
Sure. Can you tell us who from the Compton Police Department was part of your task force?
Our specific task force, the squad that I was on, Mr. Holiday, we did not have an element from Compton PD.
Why was that?
Because we were working in an area that was in Watts, in South Central Los Angeles. So we had LAPD elements, LA County Sheriffs.
So one of the things that we saw today was that one of the individuals that potentially was somebody of interest, I would imagine to you, was a police officer from Compton by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Well, he was a former police officer.
Oh,
there was Reggie Wright Sr., who was his father.
Okay, so your work in Inglewood and this other area, I would assume that information with regards to Reggie Wright Jr. would have been sent to whoever it is that was working that particular area of LA?
Or of Compton. There was a different squad that was working Compton. Yes.
Can you tell us who that squad was?
What do you?
Who was in that squad?
Yeah, the agents, or
yeah.
To be honest, I don't. Well, I mean, some of the agents I recall.
Do you know who that you can recall that was there?
At that specific time, I'm not sure. There was an agent, Elliott.
Michael Elliott?
Yeah, he worked down there, yes.
And I don't want to strain you a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So,
for clarification, because over that time period, H's will change squads and things of that nature. Like I left the gang task force in 2003, and squads would move and change objectives. So who was working at that specific time? There may have been somebody at one period and then it changed or whatever over the course of time.
And would it be fair to say, of course, it's something like this, if you really need this information, you would refer to a 302, to refresh your recollection if you have
Yes.
it. Okay. Now, in addition to that, though, in terms of your role here, there was a proffer session that was conducted with my client, with Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And that proffer was set for July 16th, 1998. That's the exhibit, I don't know, I think it's that one right there. That's correct. Up in the top right-hand corner, do you see the date?
That was the date of the report.
Right, so it'd be dated
It was
July
actually
16th.
July 14th.
Oh, July. Okay, so even though the date says 16th on this, it would be the 14th?
Yes. Well, so there's a little bit like, the date of the 16th is the date of the report. Down at the bottom where it says 7/14/98, that's the date of the actual activity.
Okay. And you're meeting with Mr. Davis, and specifically you're meeting with him in terms of under the task force, which was gangs and whatever they're doing that's crime related to gangs. Is that what we were doing at this point under the Safe Street task force? Okay. And so when you meet with Mr. Davis, there was an understanding at that particular point that, hey, whatever you're going to tell us, we're not going to prosecute you for. Is that what was happening on that date?
Under the proffer agreement, yes.
Okay. And that proffer agreement, of course, does require the approval of the United States Attorney's Office that would be responsible for that area, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that person would have been Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell.
Correct.
Was he present for that meeting?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so it's you, your partner, another FBI agent, as well as Special Agent Michael Terrell.
Assistant United States Attorney, Mike.
I'm sorry, Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. And in that meeting, there's an understanding between Mr. Davis and his attorney that whatever was going to be said was not going to be used against them.
Unless he came out and testified and said something that was contradictory to what he said in the proffer agreement, yes.
Sure. Now, once again, we're talking about the federal government here, right? So was there an actual proffer that was signed by the parties indicating the understanding that you're telling us right now in terms of what was the terms of the agreement?
My recollection is that there is, but that's maintained by the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And since we're talking about that particular proffer here today, fair to say that would be relevant information that we should be considering?
Could you
Objection
repeat that?
to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, sustained if you would rephrase.
So I want to make sure I'm clear here. We are talking about a proffer. You're telling us that there is an actual writing, a contract of some sort between yourself and Mr. Davis with regards to that proffer. Do you have a copy of it here today?
That's not between myself and Mr. Davis. It was between Mr. Davis and the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And once again, do you have a copy of that here today?
No, I do not.
Now, in terms of your understanding of this agreement, Mr. Davis gives an agreement, and in the agreement, I'm assuming the idea behind it is that he has to give you truthful information, right?
Correct.
And if there's no truthful information, then he's exposing himself to a potential crime in which he's now freely admitted to it, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question
So-
you're asking.
Here, I don't want to break it down for myself because maybe I don't understand. So a proffer agreement promises the person that you're interviewing that we're not going to prosecute you for what you're telling us.
Right.
If the person's lying and you catch them lying, then technically the proffer doesn't count anymore because they violated their terms of the agreement. Is that how that goes?
If they lied during the agreement?
During the
or
proffer.
during the proffer session.
Right.
So that doesn't necessarily the benefit is for consideration for plea bargaining and sentencing consideration. So if the individual who is being interviewed during the proffer session is shows a lack of candor, lies, and things of that nature, then the consideration for a plea bargain, plea agreement, will be considered by the United States Attorney's Office and what they will offer to that defendant. As far as using it against them, it's still the proffer agreement terms as far as using that information against them in that case in chief on that charge, we would still not use it. Does that make sense?
Sure. I just want to make sure it makes sense.
Right. Okay. So one of the things about the proffer agreement is it's, as I said earlier, was to set up it's at the beginning of a sort of plea negotiation period. So we go to Mr. Davis, we say, you come in, you tell us the truth. We won't use it against you in this case or whatever, regardless of what you say. And the United States Attorney's Office will take that information, determine how useful, how valuable it is. For example, not in this case, not necessarily in this case, we've had individuals who provide information and then they actually go on to become cooperating witnesses for us. They're willing to testify in case against other co-defendants and things of that nature. All of that gets utilized in determining the sentencing for that person and for reducing their sentence on that federal charge. As you're suggesting, if an individual comes in and they're not truthful, they're providing us information that we know is factually inaccurate based on our other investigations, surveillance, wiretaps, and things of that nature, and statements from other witnesses, we would report that to the United States Attorney's Office, and they would take that as far as the sentencing that they would offer for the plea agreement. They would say, well, your client hasn't been forthright and candor. We're not going to reduce it at all.
Did you do that in this case? Was there any recommendation from you or your partner back to the United States Attorney office, and specifically to AUSA Michael Terrell, that said, hey, Mr. Davis is not being forthright and truthful with regards to his July 14th, 1998 statement?
I did not specifically do that. Whether or not Mr. Holliday did, I'm not aware.
Now, let me ask you this then. So he gives a statement, and I want to make sure we're clear. You listen to what Mr. Davis says. Did you ever verify the information in here specifically about allegations of Tupac Shakur's murder?
Verify in terms of what?
Well, for instance, in the document that would have been the year 302 that's dated as of July 14, 1998, there's an indication here, for instance, that at the Las Vegas casino, Davis's girlfriend, and Anderson's girlfriend went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. Now, once again, this is 1998. The death of Tupac Shakur was in September of 1996.
Right.
Did you ever verify that information with Las Vegas to see if either, and in this case, what the 302 indicates is that the room was in Anderson's name. Did you verify that to be true?
I did not specifically, no.
Okay. And then with regards to the way in which he describes, meaning Mr. Davis, how they got to Las Vegas, he says in here that they drove to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Any particular reason? I mean, did he have a Land Cruiser? Was there any verification of that information?
I did not verify that.
Now, in addition to that, he had indicated that Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, and Big Dre, or AKA Big Dre and Wynn had also traveled to Las Vegas. Did you ever verify if any of those individuals went to Las Vegas?
No, I did not.
And whether or not they stayed at the MGM Casino?
No, I did not.
Okay, so once again, for the jury's edification, shooting takes place in September of 1996. You're getting this information from Mr. Davis on July 1998, right?
Yes.
About a year and,
right.
8 months, 9 months, something like that. Now, in addition to that, he had made mention, at least with that first interview, that he believed that Compton police officers had been the ones to have committed that particular act, the crime in Las Vegas, in terms of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And once again, that's just for the
I'm sorry.
record.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're sorry.
And with regards to that, though, sir, did you ever look into the possibility that Compton police officers may have been involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
I did not specifically know.
Okay, and when you say I did not specifically, do you have any personal knowledge as to who in the FBI was responsible for following up with that information?
I was unaware that there were numerous investigations going on. There was Las Vegas PD had an investigation. There were Compton PD, LAPD. There were numerous elements of investigation going on regarding the murder of Tupac Shakur, regarding Mr. Davis, our squad, and what we were investigating regarding the gang activity and the drug trafficking and the charge that he was on. I was not specifically tasked to follow up and track that down. Who did? I'm not aware of.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, if you become aware of a crime like that, you would report the information that you have to whoever the responsible investigative agency would be, right?
Correct.
You're not just going to hold on to that information and just keep it to yourself,
Correct.
Or ignore it.
Correct.
So in this case, for instance, you share with us that there were wiretaps that were being done of Mr. Davis's phone during the time period that you were investigating. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Now, wiretap is not the same as a pen register, right?
Correct.
And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, pen register is just numbers that you just that you keep recording in terms of what number is calling out and numbers being received.
Correct.
And then an actual wiretap is when you listen to phone calls where people are talking on the phone without you telling them that you're doing so, right?
Correct.
So with regards to the information that you received and the phone calls that you had, were there any phone calls at all in which this guy over here, Mr. Davis, somehow admitted or said anything along the lines of that he was either involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur or that he was even in Las Vegas on the day it happened?
So the first part of the question, no, that would be no, there was nothing. Regarding the second part, being in Las Vegas, I believe my recollection is that there was conversation about being in Vegas and coming back to Vegas after the incident, the incident being the murder of Tupac Shakur, but that was it.
Okay, and once again, I don't want to put any real pressure on you. This is 30 years ago.
Right.
So in terms of that kind of information, that would have been at least given to somebody that would have been interested in knowing whether or not, Duane Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. Fair?
Yes.
And as far as you can recall, without looking at any notes to refresh your recollection here, that was never done.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did you personally ever make any calls to either Las Vegas Metro, LAPD, or Compton PD specifically about, hey, there's information here that Keefe was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting? Was there anything like that?
So you asked the question and then you said something, then you asked a different. Did you please?
Is that the FBI answer to the question?
Oh my God.
Let me break it up. Did you ever make any calls to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police to say, hey, we've got some information here that Duane Davis, no. Did you ever make any calls specifically to LAPD to say, hey, I've got this guy on the phone, or he's making some discussions here that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I didn't make any calls like that.
And then I'm assuming with regards to Compton PD, did you ever call Compton to talk to somebody like, I don't know, Reggie Wright Jr., the gang guy over there, to say, hey, by the way, one of the guys from your community is saying that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I did not.
And I appreciate you breaking that down because I didn't want the jury as well to be confused. Now, in addition to that, you had made mention about the type of volume here, or what the type of volume that Mr. Davis was moving in terms of drugs. I want to make sure I'm clear. What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Cocaine.
Okay. And can you tell us just in volume, what kind of volume that Mr. Davis was moving at that time?
I can't. I would be total speculation. Based off of what was said in his statements to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one where he said something, I believe, to the effect of like 70 kilos at one time, or that he was fronted large amount. I'd have to look. May I refer back to the report?
Sure.
Let's see here.
I know there's one for 60 kilos. I'm just want to make sure the jury understands.
Oh, I'm sorry. Primo Fine Davis, 200 kilos at one time. Okay. So fairly large scale.
Did you ever prove, was that ever proven to be true?
That he received that quantity of cocaine at that time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, confidential informants show up on scene, undercover police officers are there.
No, sir.
Anything like that?
No.
So it's literally what he's just telling you, right? In your 302 for this particular time. But no verification whether or not that was true or not.
Regarding that specific transaction, no.
Sure. Or let me make sure I'm clear here. That specific transaction of 200 kilos is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see or have any understanding of whether he was moving 300 kilos of cocaine every month as a drug dealer?
Did
you ever get any information indicating that he was moving 300 kilograms of cocaine every month?
I did not have that kind of specific information. No.
Now, in terms of Reggie Wright Jr., was there, I would assume that because it's not part of your area, did you refer that information to whoever it is that was part of the task force that would have covered the Compton area?
That would be most likely, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the Compton Police Department, fair to say that at some point they actually disbanded or they were shut down?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that would have been at what year?
Roughly? I don't remember specifically. It was somewhere in the late 90s, I believe, or early 2000.
Okay. And why did they get disbanded?
I don't know these specifics. I know there was numerous allegations of corruption and such and things like that in the department. Organizational, structural problem deficiencies.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a brief moment?
Yeah.
So you shared a little bit about the next time that you meet Mr. Davis, and that was at the prison.
Correct.
And it's you and your partner still, Special Agent Holiday?
Yes.
And you go to that meeting, and he's sitting down having a conversation with you, right?
Mr. Davis, yes.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I'm clear. How much did you actually arrest him with in terms of the cocaine that he had? I mean, I'm assuming at some point he gets caught with cocaine, right?
That's incorrect. No.
Okay, so what happens?
So are you specific the specific case that we had him charged with?
Yes.
And arrested? Actually, no, he was not caught with any actual cocaine. We intercepted conversations between him and another individual where they discussed the transaction before, the price, quantity, and then there were discussions after the delivery, and then there was even discussion. What kind of prompted more of the discussion? There was the two individuals had Mr. Davis and the other individual had a discrepancy over the quantity, the actual volume of the amount of cocaine.
Okay. And outside of that, nothing to your recollection that was more specific about anything to do with the cocaine. Like he never actually got caught with it. He was just having conversations about it.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in addition to that, when you're part of the task force, you are looking for potential issues with regards to violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, had you ever come across any information in your wiretaps or anything like that of Mr. Davis putting out a hit on someone or green lighting some type of violent act to be caused against somebody?
No.
No, and that would have been part of your, it would have been maybe an enhancement under the sentencing guidelines in terms of if you're looking at increasing his amount of time, is that, hey, he's also doing something in furtherance of, his self.
Violent activity and things of that nature, we would definitely be looking for, yes.
Right, and in this particular case, you don't have any proof of that at all. No facts to that.
Of him being violent?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Now, there is a discussion here that Darnell Brim was identified as potentially the leader of the Southside Crips. You recall that? It should be at the end of the second 302 that you have.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, did you ever verify that information as to whether or not Mr. Davis was lying or not about that?
No, I did not personally verify that.
And so as of this particular moment, as you're sitting here right now, do you have any facts at all that establishes that Mr. Davis was a shot caller or the leader of the Southside Crips?
Could you repeat that the way you phrased
Meaning, do you have any facts? Do you have something that says he said out on the phone, I don't know what they do. They attended a meeting. I mean, it's like.
No, so, I mean, with these gang organizations, there's not like membership cards and things of that nature. It's not like they've got a organized org chart of who is the president, vice president, and this and that nature for the most part. A lot of times it is just word on the street, who runs this area, who's in charge. And it was the way we assessed that Mr. Davis was one of the leaders of the Southside Compton Crips was the totality of information we'd received from numerous informants, witness statements, and things of that nature.
And
wiretaps and things like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. You done?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would imagine that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, that the money that he was bringing in was probably the reason why he was considered to be a leader in the Southside Crips.
Because of the money that he was bringing in.
Well, I mean the drugs, right? I mean that's
the
really
volume
value.
of drugs. Yeah, I mean, the leader, the guys who are moving the most weight, the high volume drug sales are going to be generally speaking, the leaders.
Right.
They're the ones that the other guys are going to go to get their quantities and things like that for sales.
Sure. And in this particular case, that's the presumption, right? It's because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, he would be considered with some status within the Southside Crips.
Well, I wouldn't call it a presumption. Again, it's a totality of statements from other individuals and the information that we got. I mean, it wasn't the fact that he was a drug dealer that all of a sudden alerted us and said he must be a high-level Southside Compton Crip. It was a totality of information from our investigation.
Sure. Now, the word presumption, what does that mean, by the way?
Presumption that you presume, you're making an assumption.
But it's a little bit better than that, right? There are some facts that support whatever it is that you are throwing out there as the.
That can be the case, yes.
Now, in this particular regard, you talk a little bit about the Lakewood incident, right? It's in your report, I think, and I want to make sure on your 302, this would be, and so if you run across it before I do, this would be page 4 of your 302, the date 7/14/98. Do you see where I'm at? It would be maybe the third, the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down.
The Lakewood, are you referring to at the mall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
In terms of your presumption, the idea of the presumption, you're telling us that there is some facts that help you to have that presumption, right? Some facts. Can you tell us what facts you have to support that there was even a Lakewood incident that occurred?
I'm sorry. You're asking what facts?
Sure.
We have several witness statements.
Okay, so you have several witness statements. You are aware that those allegedly, and according to what you write yourself, This was a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. Marcus, who lived at the Southside Crip neighborhood, was in a mall by himself. A number of Blood Street gang members attacked Marcus and began beating him. Orlando Anderson and then others approached the situation, observed what was happening, then went to the aid of Marcus. They beat up the Blood gang members. That's what you wrote in your 302, right?
That's for true, man.
Yeah. Now, in terms of that information, did you ever go to the mall to verify that there was this thing that happened a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, which would have been sometime in August of 1996? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, Lakewood Mall and that area is governed by a police department. I don't know, is it Compton or is it the next one over? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Compton.
Okay. So whoever's next one, did you ever at any point reach out to that police department to say, hey, can you get us the information on this so we can verify it before we put it into our 302 that the, a couple of weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, there was a beating that took place? Did you ever do that?
Okay, so your statement regarding doing it before we put in that was information that was provided to us by Mr. Davis. So at that time, we're just recording what Mr. Davis is telling us.
Sure.
So this is a follow-up investigation upon that.
Sure, but the state has now introduced this document in as an exhibit for the jury to consider. You're telling us that you can't verify the information in it?
I'm telling you what Mr. Davis told us.
Okay, but you cannot verify that information. You're telling us right now you didn't verify the information that he told you.
I didn't verify that specific event.
Okay. Do you know if your partner did?
I'm not sure. If you're referring to Mr. Holliday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate yes or no.
No, and I appreciate you doing that. I don't want you to do that either. Okay. Now, Mr. Davis is in prison during this time. At some point in the future, you had mentioned that he was in there April 20th, 1999, something like that?
During the second interview. Yes.
Right. Now, did you at any point ever look at his, while he was in there, how he was doing, anything like that? Any write-ups he might have had while he was in there, anything like that?
From the penitentiary?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
And then finally, just one final thing here. There was some mention in your 302, and I apologize for bouncing you back, but I'm taking you back to the July 14th, 1998 302. But in that 302, there was an allegation, or at least some information that you documented that stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Was dealing drugs out of a auto shop called the Untouchables Auto Shop, owned by Melvin Hurd. Do you recall that? That's actually on the top of page 4.
Yes.
Do you know why that's important and why you included that in your 302?
Well, activity regarding Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Sr., these individuals in Compton and things like that would have been important. They were being documented. Mr. Davis provided us that information. So again, this is also information that would be utilized for for consideration by the U.S. Attorney's Office and things like that. So all of the information was important.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Any redirect, Mr. Straka?
Just briefly, you have both of those.
Yes.
302s in person,
Yes,
right? So let's start with the July 14th, 98 one. It specifically says in the first paragraph, also, it was understood that the information provided by Davis during the interview would not be used by the FBI in a way which would disclose to individuals outside the FBI that the information came from Davis.
Correct.
So other FBI personnel may have learned about this, but certainly you wouldn't be calling Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and telling them, hey, guess what Duane Davis just told me?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a confidentiality portion of the proffer agreement that this is it's offered in a way to elicit information and saying, hey, what you tell us here is not going to be told to anybody, and You won't divulge that you're the one providing this information and things of that nature.
And you're there talking to him, in your case is about a drug case. It's not about Tupac Shakur. That just happens to be a subject that comes up in the conversation.
That's correct.
It's not your responsibility. Well, let me ask you this. Tupac Shakur is killed in the state of Nevada, the county of Clark. Who prosecutes murder cases usually for street level shootings in Clark County?
That would be like Las Vegas Metro PD, the DA's office here in Las Vegas.
The state of Nevada. It's not a federal crime to commit a murder in Las Vegas in most situations.
That's correct.
And so you're just gathering this information, and you did what you promised, which was keep it confidential until such time as you were authorized by the U.S. attorney to talk about it. The only other thing I want to ask you about is Mr. Samt, there is a difference between proffer and immunity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What Mr. Davis was telling you, you wouldn't use against him, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't any sort of immunity for any crimes that he disclosed. You just couldn't use the statements that he made to you to prosecute him for those particular crimes.
That's correct.
And that it was an agreement between the United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
At no point in here did the state of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Samt?
I'm sorry, what was that last question again?
Oh, shit. Here we go.
So you're telling us, you're giving us information right now about your knowledge of what the other law enforcement agencies had agreements on or not? How do you know that?
I didn't give that information. I didn't see that.
So can we repeat that last question?
We don't have
All right,
that capability. We can
we
have it.
show you.
No, that's all right. I just want to get to the point. What Mr. DiGiacomo just asked you was that there were no other agreements with regard to your agreement. Your agreement was the sole agreement between yourself and Mr. Davis, or FBI and Mr. Davis, and no other.
The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
I apologize. The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis, and no other entity. Right? I think that's how it was put.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You don't know that though. Did you when you? What?
Ooh, right there.
Sustained stricken. You can ask a question.
You are not aware of any agreements between with other agencies because you just don't know. You are just here on behalf of the federal government and the FBI, right?
With regard to the interview that myself and Todd Holiday conducted with Mr. Davis on July 14th, 1998, the agreement was between the United States Attorney's Office with the FBI there and Mr. Davis. Nobody else was party to that.
Even though this was a joint task force, this was part of.
No, it was a joint task force. It was the United States Attorney's Office, the FBI, and Mr. Davis.
Okay, and with regards to that task force, even though other government agencies were potentially involved in the task force, they weren't involved with regards to this agreement. The proffer. They weren't part of the proffer, is what you're saying, even though it's part of a task force.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr.
Oh my God, what happened there?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have some.
Okay, here's the jury. Shout out to the jury. Great questions to the jury. Oh my God. So he caught him he caught him. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you didn't talk to this task force, but you're over here saying that you did. Which one is it? Did you talk or did you not talk? I don't know, man. That's the flip on the FBI is like, are y'all, FBI. I mean, what happened? Oh my gosh. See, that's the benefit. It's like this case is so old. Some of these people don't even remember what they do or don't do. So there's that. I mean, it's easy to kind of make somebody forget something. I don't know.
All right, a couple questions from our jurors. If the proper information was never followed up on, what was the motivation behind the interview in jail or prison?
Oh, you want me to go ahead and answer?
Yeah,
Okay.
They have these questions. I'm
Right.
asking you to answer them.
Okay, so the motivation behind the interview in the subsequent interview in 99, we were following up on other investigation. Because when you go through the 302, you see we asked about several individuals, and we actually showed them pictures of other individuals. A lot of times what we'll do is we were going back because he was cooperative and open before. We were attempting to see he would verify other individuals, perhaps identities and things of that nature of other investigative activity regarding gang activity in the area.
Okay. And then did anyone with the FBI verify information given by Davis in the proffer?
I mean, the totality regarding the totality of there was quite a bit of information when we asked about certain individuals and things that he said that we already knew. So because he provided information during the proffer session, there wasn't a need to necessarily go back and verify because we had an idea about the answer to the question. Sort of like you ask a question that you know the answer to, that's how you know if somebody's lying. You start off with that, things like that, simple things, and then you kind of work your way in to other information. So there was a lot of information that we already had other corroborated information on. So when he's providing that information, we have a general idea whether or not he's being open and candor and truthful based off of other investigation, whether it's surveillance, wiretaps, witness statements, and things of that nature.
And you might have already answered this, but it's the second part of the question, so I'm going to ask it. What information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer, if you're able to disclose it?
What
information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer that you're able to disclose?
So, I mean, it's been 30 years. It'd be very difficult for me to follow up on every single aspect. Again, a lot of the information, because it's historical, some of these things that he's talking about went back several years prior to into the early 90s period. So he's talking about, prior drug transactions and things of that nature. It's very difficult or almost impossible to truly verify those types of things. Other things that he talked about, for example, like recordings that were played or photos that he was shown of individuals where he identified and said, this is so-and-so, that corroborates what, individuals that we know and things of that nature. So there were things that were done. Was there a specific checklist, a tasking list that was put out after that interview, the proper interview, to go out and say, go verify? That's really not the way we operate. Usually these files have hundreds of documents in them over the course of an investigation. There's hours and hours and countless hours of wiretaps and things of that nature. So we've got a very voluminous amount of information to go back and check and things that along the way. So at this point, he was already indicted, arrested, and basically going towards either trial or sentencing. The proffer agreement really was an opportunity for him to help himself on sentencing. And then for us to maybe, if he wanted to cooperate and things like that, to possibly open up further avenues of investigation for other individuals who weren't in custody or that were still under investigation.
All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up based on those answers and those questions? Mr. Sam?
Oh, shit.
No, you aren't.
All right.
Yo, everybody laugh.
Thank you so much.
Because he stood up. No, Your Honor.
Just leave them right there. Mr. DiGiacomo will pick them up.
I'll grab them. Thank you.
They're scared of him.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, you gotta love
All
this.
right, statement, call the next witness.
Darren Dupree. Not before we do that.
Darren Dupree, next witness, guys. Okay, hold up, y'all. Because I got to switch my hearing headphones. Hold up. They're having a little kumbaya session right there. Oh, this shit is hilarious. They're scared of it. They're like, oh shit, he's getting up.
All right, at this time we are going to take a restroom break for 15 minutes. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk and converse amongst yourselves with anyone else and any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial. Or any person connected to this case by any means of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, or radio, or form of press, anything not in the subject matter of the trial, is submitted to you. We'll have that back here at 3:15. Please rise.
Okay, we're back on track. Gotta remove my headphones, y'all. That was hilarious. Great, Katie's partner is up, you said, yeah? Are they giving them a break? Is what it sounds like. Oh, it's speeding up because I had stopped it so I can change my headphone. But now we're up to date. It was me. Oh my gosh. This is insane. That was hilarious, man.
We'll be in recess.
Thank you.
Okay, so Suge Knight, while we're in recess, right? Suge Knight is out here giving interviews. And I'm just like, all right, let's see what Suge Knight got to say.
You and I had a talk last night, and you were kind of grousing about people who were testifying that aren't telling the real story. Would you explain to our viewers, please?
Oh, first of all, my opinion, Tupac was the most incredible person you can have as a friend, as a brother, and still today, his morals. Number one, all these guys praising themselves on the oath. Number one, James never worked for me, never was head of security for me, and I can see he's a little bitter because Tupac put him on his pockets before. But the most important thing to this is that they're not coming in to get the truth. Everybody knows he's an FBI informant. Everybody knows he's a rat. So why we gotta act like he's gonna tell the truth? No, Keffe D and James.
So hold on, I just want, you're saying that James McDonald, the guy who testified, said that he worked for Death Row Records, talked about what he saw that night. You're saying he did not work for you at all?
No. Now, he might have been to the club hanging out trying to hustle people and not putting the guy down and nothing like that, but he's an informant. He didn't work for me. If he would worked for me, he would have had a Death Row chain. He would have had a ring. You would have seen him in pictures around us hanging out. No. One other thing that's very important. It's time for a change. You have people who've been talking to me like Universal for doing a movie or documentary to get all the information from my side, because I am Death Row, to talk about Death Row. Now they want to do it with Snoopy, which I'm going to sue the shit out of him, because you have a lawyer that David Kenner gave all my files to and gave it to him to use my stuff. So it's very important that people always, these guys at Universal who's trying to do these things at one-on-one, stop making people deal with street justice. We should be grown enough to deal with regular justice.
So wait, are you saying you're going to sue Universal, or you're going to sue Snoop?
Well, Snoop is nobody, but I'm going to sue Universal for taking my personal stuff. That's like when you look at it, Harvey, how is it every company that's way worse than the Death Row catalog sells for $300 million, $400 million? They offer me $700 million, but then they go and get it for $25 million. The same people who did the default justice against me. It's crazy.
Oh my God. He said Snoopy. He's going to sue Snoopy. Lord have mercy. Look, I am here for it. He is funny. I'm like, all this talking though, why don't you just go ahead and just testify? Just testify already. Hold up. I wanted to show you guys something because I didn't want people to get it mixed up, because I thought it was important to show to Tao Chief. Hold up, y'all, because you guys are talking about something to show you guys about these Polynesian tattoos. So these are tribal tattoos, right? So you got the lawyer, right? I told you guys he's like from Tonga. I want to show you guys how deep this goes, okay? And all of this is just to represent their village, depending on what village they come. So he has it over here. It's very likely he's got it all over his chest, right up here, okay? Some of if they're a chief of a village, they might even have it all the way down to their knees. It just really depends, but just giving you guys like let me give you an example. Like here, right here, this is like a chief tattoo right here. It goes all the way down. Okay, so giving you guys an idea of what some of these tattoos look like and whatnot. Okay, so some of them have to, like, this is what is it? Jason Momoa. I don't think he's a chief. He's not really wearing it correctly, but like some of the chiefs, for example, if they run a village, they have tattoos all the way down there. Okay, so yeah, this is a Polynesian thing. So for him to have a tat It's just a representation of culture. That's all. You know, sometimes it might represent where what village they come from and everything and whatnot. Just to show you a little bit. Just to show you a little bit, okay? Who has a tribal tattoo? Michael, Keefe D's lawyer. He does. Said, yeah. I candy break. I told you. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys have watched the movie Moana, right? So you see Maui. So he's got some tattoos so they're all kind of tribal tattoos. They're supposed to, you know, but that's Disney. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But anyways, I said, leave Snoopy alone, Suge. That makes me miss my Snoopy ice cream cone maker. Oh, he said Snoopy. He said even the rock actor wrestler got a tattoo. Yeah, they're all Polynesians. Yeah, I mean they're all Polynesian tattoos, and they're the way that they get these tattoos. If you do it the right way, okay, what is the right way? It's a stick. It's a stick in the ink. It's not. Oops, sorry, it's not like the regular. The way you're supposed to do it. Okay, so like if I real quick, let me show you Polynesian tattoo tatau process. It's like it's a stick, it's a tap method. It's not like the traditional you know, you go over there and you get a tattoo. No, there's a tapping method. It's very painful, right? But it's supposed to show that you know there's a come a passage to it. Here, let me show y'all. This is what it looks like. So y'all see that? It's a tapping. It's not like a needle and you go bzzz. No. Y'all see that? It's a tapping and it's like these wooden sticks. It's not for the those that can't handle the pain, if you know what I mean. So yeah. All right, hold up, y'all, while we wait for the break. Shout out to everybody. You saw Snoopy yesterday laying on the top of the house. Oh, Snoopy. Yep. Oh, you had a Polynesian tattoo convention here in Vegas. Yeah. It's not a traditional needle type of situation. So I remember watching once we're warriors. Yeah. Once we were warriors years ago. Yeah, it's a very painful thing. For sure, Amanda. I wasn't picking on you. I was just telling you because when you said hard tattoo, I was like, yeah, it's not what you would think. You know, this is literally a cultural thing and whatnot. I hollered when the fool said Snoopy. Yeah. The tribal chief. Yeah. Now those ones go from your, like literally from your hip all the way down to your leg. Those are not to play with for sure. That's how you know you're dealing with the chief when they have a tattoo like that. So it's a very cultural thing. Okay. I want to take you guys to this article that dropped while we were, well, I don't know if it was, we were live real quick while we wait. So the Telegraph this is the AOL took it from the Telegraph, but Diddy could face criminal charges linked to Tupac's murder. And it says Sean Diddy Combs could face charges linked to the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur following a new trial, legal sources have suggested. 3 decades after Shakur was killed in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas, at a height of his fame, 1999, Keefe Duane Keffe D. They keep saying Keffe D. We know it's Keefe D. Davis is on trial for allegedly plotting the murder as part of the escalating war between the LA gangs. Okay, so the prosecution cases hinges on Davis's own claims. I'm going to try to go here because I want to get right to the source of what they're saying. So during a secret recording in made by police in 2008, Mr. Davis apparently described how he and other members of the Southside Compton Crips gang hunted down and shot Tupac in 1996. Now, in the secret recording that's been entered into evidence, Mr. Davis apparently alleged that Combs, currently serving a 50-month jail sentence for federal prostitution charges, offered him $1 million to kill Shakur. If prosecutors manage to convict Mr. Davis, it gives the green light to take action against Diddy. Can't you see? Okay, that one. A source close to the DA, District Attorney's Office, told the Telegraph Mr. Davis is insisting that the claims he made were to gain fame and notoriety and not true. Prosecutors allege that Shakur was killed in retaliation for the rapper and his entourage beating up Mr. Davis's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Okay, so there's that. And this is what apparently what somebody close to a source told, might have been close to the DA, but we don't know. We really don't know if that's what could happen. It says right here, he believed that he could be set up by Combs and Associates, but the situation only further escalated by the release of the single by Christopher Wallace, better known as Notorious B.I.G. Who Shot Ya. If a jury believes Mr. Davis was telling the truth about his role in the killing, his conviction could add credence to his claims about Combs' involvement and apparent offer. Can y'all imagine? Can y'all imagine if this is, we talk, and when they said 5 hours? Ooh, wee. Okay, and shout out to, because it was Diddy Docket who posted this article, but I didn't get the Telegraph one because I don't have a subscription to them. I went to AOL. Can you imagine if he is convicted and suddenly this is what they do and all this goes down? It says the door remains open on what charges could be made against Diddy. But if the jury convicts Davis, then it gives the green light to take action against Diddy. This is what a Clark County District Attorney's Office source said. The strategy has remained to not bring in matters relating to Combs' alleged role, okay, in all of these matters at this stage, because it would really confuse the case and perhaps the jury. So Michael Sanf, who is Keefe D's attorney, defense attorney, argued during his opening statements on Monday that the reason his client wasn't charged earlier over his admission was that the investigators knew he was full of caca. That's what they said. He was full of popo. Okay, that's what they said. I'm not putting words. What they said. At one point, he pulled up to the side, and which reads bullshit. At one point, yeah, he did that slide that says bullshit. Keefe D was known to exaggerate things, is what Michael says. So I think that, I mean, ultimately, just by seeing the way he was questioning this FBI agent, is that he's trying to make him out to be like a liar. He could have lied, and maybe he did lie. I don't know. Now this is a very horrible picture of Diddy. Now you tell me, they made him, did he really do this post like this? He was like at the RICO trial. And look at anyways, some of these court artists, and this lady's like smiling down. This lady's looking at, I don't know about these court artists. I don't know, but I would be having fun if that was me drawing pictures at court. Okay. All right, hold up. I got to do some shout outs. But before we get there, because I don't know how long this break is, I think they said it was going to be like 10 minutes. So let me do some shout outs real quick. I know, isn't that like I'm like, they made him look like, what's his name? That Austin Powers, guys. Do I have a clip of Austin Powers? Hold up. While we wait. Oh yeah, here it is.
How about no?
How about no? That's what he said. How about no? I don't know why I had that there. It's one of the ones that I've had there for a while. Sorry, y'all. Eating some gummy bears. Okay, now Diddy Docket. Oh, what'd you say, Diddy Docket? Hold up. Let me go up a little bit. Unrelated. Breaking news out of Stockton. Oh, is this Jason Lee? I'm scared. What happened with Jason Lee? Hold up. Because I think that's who this is. You said Stockton. Hold up. Diddy Docket. Real quick detour, guys. While we wait. What? Did you post the article? Oh, shit. Stockton City Council candidate in custody charged with multiple felonies. Who? Desiree Lynch. Oh, this is somebody out of the same campaign that is out of Jason Lee's campaign. You know what? That city, man, it's already been bankrupt in 2012. That city, I don't know what to say, man. They got different people in there. Some ain't right about that city. Anyways, wow. Thank you, Diddy Docket, for the update on that. That is insane. Yeah, that's Jason Lee. He's like a chairperson there, but he's not the one being charged. It's somebody else. Okay, let me shout out some people while we wait for the break to be done. Okay, we're up to date. All right. I know. Joey, thank you so much for the floating finger heart and for the 350 jewels. Thank you. Morris, thank you for the jewels and the treat. Supermom, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you, guys. Joey, thank you so much for the 199. Sorry, I haven't been around, been sick, girl. Girl, you are fine. Shout out to you. Thank you. As long as you guys hit the like button, please, and thank you. Are we on? Are we on? Sounds like we might be on. All right. I might need to shut up already. Oh, he's talking to the lawyer. Okay. He's coming back. Tiger Woman, thank you so much for your 26-month membership. There's no sound yet, y'all. There's no sound yet. Thank you, Tiger Woman. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your longtime support. Crimson, thank you so much for your jewels. Shoot for the stars. Thank you for the silver star. Podcast Queen, thank you so much for the jewels. Podcast, no, not podcast. I'm sorry, Peekaboo. See the P and the P. Peekaboo, thank you for the silver star. Natasha, thank you for the jewels. Anise, thank you so much for the Sunday jewels. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Natasha, thank you for the thumbs up. Joey, thank you again for the $4.99. I appreciate it. Natasha, thank you again. Pika, thank you again. Rachel, thank you for the treat. Natasha, thank you. Hey, Mel, thank you so much for the jewels. Natasha, thank you. Hold up. Natasha, thank you. That Taurus chick, thank you so much. This is really generous of you. Fairly new here. Love your dedication and coverage. Just want to show you some love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, guys, it's me, Molly, again. Thank you so much for the 6-7. Thank you. Ruby and Son, thank you so much. Shout out to Ruby and Son. Thank you for the jewels, love. And Flojo, shout out to you, Flojo. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Rabbit for doing the OT, overtime on these trials, all of them. Thank you. Aw, thank you, guys. And Deborah, thank you for the sparkling jewels. Thank you. Whew. Okay, I'm caught up now. I'm caught up and right on time, y'all. Right on time. Guys, do me a favor. Where are we at on the likes buttons? What is your like number? Drop it in the chat, please, and thank you. It helps out. Thank you. 341 like number. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. Let's see what else. You're catching up. Don't worry, Phoenix. It can be overwhelming. I don't know who's coughing, but they're coughing right next to the mic. I thought it was the FBI agent at first. I said, why is he so loud? Like, you drop something, you just hear it. I had to take my headphones off. It's too much. Literally, it's a lot of coughing, you know? He said this, and then it turns out that maybe he did. I don't know. That's what he had said. And then I want to say it was right when the Ben Crump stuff happened, the documentary. And then he got better or something. I don't know. FBI never.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, bring it.
Stand for the jury.
They said, bring them out. The jury, bring them out.
You want them up? We're waiting for them. Okay.
You said Kiki D or Keefe D? Shout out to DJ. Oh my God, I heard that this one was really good. I gotta watch it. Thank you so much, Fake News Radio.
The party stipulates the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, now the state can call their next witness.
Darren Dupree.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Darren, D-A-R-Y-N, Dupree, D-U-P-R-E-E.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long were you with the LAPD?
33 and a half years.
And when did you start?
In 1990.
And through the majority of your career, what kind of crimes did you focus on?
Homicide, gang homicides.
And direct your attention to approximately 2006. Were you asked to be part of a task force related to the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe that task force for us?
Robbery homicide, homicide specials, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, FBI, ATF, and DEA were all a part of the task force.
And was there a precipitating event that caused the 2006 task force to be formed?
Yeah, Christopher Wallace's mother filed a lawsuit against the Los Angeles Police Department.
And what was the allegation in the lawsuit?
That there was police officer involvement in his death.
LA police officer involvement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the 2006 task force?
To uncover, first of all, if there was any police officer involvement, and also to hopefully solve the Biggie Smalls murder case.
Now, by 2008, this is 11 years after the homicide. I assume that there was records that the LAPD would have gathered initially in the investigation in the ensuing 11 years that you had access to.
Yes.
Did you guys, or did the task force formulate a plan as to how you were going to go about investigating the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yeah. There was rumors that this was a war between Southside Compton Crips and Mob Piru. Puffy Combs label Bad Boy and Death Row Records. So we started there. And that consisted of coming to Vegas, getting all their files, getting up to speed on the Tupac murder. Although we weren't investigating it, we just wanted to get up to speed on it. And then starting there, everybody was a suspect at that time in the Biggie Smalls murder.
At the time you come to Vegas and learn what information the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is, who is the detective that you're having the contact with from Metro?
Detective Dan Long.
At some point, you go back, you begin investigating. Did you have any suspects that you identified and wanted to potentially look at?
From the initial investigation, Southside Compton Crips possibly had something to do with the murder because they weren't paid for the Tupac murder. And then also Death Row Records, that they were involved because of the retaliation for the Tupac murder. So, like I said, everybody was a suspect at that time.
During the course of the investigation, did you at some point focus on a person identified as Duane Davis?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes.
You put him out to describe something he's wearing.
He's at the defense table with a blue shirt and a multicolored tie.
May the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
Is he wearing a jacket or no jacket? No jacket.
No jacket.
So reflected.
How is it that, how is it that you target Mr. Davis?
The vehicle used in the Christopher Wallace murder was a Impala. Mr. Davis had an Impala, and they had impounded it early on in the investigation. So we started with him.
And did you have information related to what his position was in the Southside Crips?
I mean, we knew that Mr. Davis was the man with all the money in their hood, in their neighborhood.
Now, you said that you, what was your role in the task force?
I was the lowest level, bottom of the food chain detective. I was a gang expert, and I knew a little bit about the rap industry. So that was
That's how you got brought in?
Yes.
The Southside Crips, did they have kind of two crews associated with them?
As far as I know, yes.
And one of those crews, the Burr Street crew, who was that sort of generally headed by?
It was Keefe D, amongst others.
The Glencoe crew, who was sort of the leader of that group?
From what we gathered, Darnell Graham.
How is it that you're going to go about investigating Mr. Davis for the Biggie Smalls murder? What's your plan?
I had never worked with the DEA, FBI. I was a homicide investigator coming in. So above my pay grade, they tried to figure out a way to get leverage on Mr. Davis through narcotic sales. We would bring him in after we caught him with narcotics and see if he would work with us and give us information on the Biggie Smalls case.
And were you able to gather enough information to potentially arrest and charge him with narcotics?
Yes.
And how much narcotics are we talking about here?
From what I remember, it was PCP, a gallon, and a kilo of cocaine, if I'm not mistaken.
And with Mr. Davis's past criminal history, as well as that amount or weight of drugs, what kind of sentence was he looking at for that type of drugs?
As I said, I wasn't familiar with the Fed system. From what I was told, though, that was a life sentence with the amount of drugs that were confiscated.
So once you've gathered all this evidence, do you do anything to indicate to Mr. Davis that you've got your leverage?
We met with him.
And who's we?
Me and Detective Greg Cady.
And where did that meeting take place?
If I recall, it was at Mr. Davis's residence, maybe in Rancho Cucamonga or Corona. I forget the location. And we sat in his garage and we advised him of what we had. And we get an attorney and we'll meet with you a couple of days later in LA at the Fed building and we'll discuss it more.
Now, was there a suggestion to Mr. Davis that he shouldn't use a lawyer by the name of Edie Fall?
I don't know anything about
that. Does there come a point in time when you wind up at a meeting with Mr. Davis and his lawyer?
Yes.
And that first meeting, what are you there to talk to Mr. Davis about?
To show him the evidence that we had against him, the video surveillance that we had. We did a lot of surveillance on him to show him everything we had and what he was looking, to receive in as a case against him.
So do you eventually wind up in a meeting with his lawyer in either the lawyer's office or a police station to talk to him about that?
I think that first meeting was at the AUSA's office in downtown Los Angeles with him and his attorney and about 4 or 5 people from the task force.
And was there your understanding as to what the circumstances of what you could and couldn't use against Mr. Davis about what he's talking to you about?
Yes. And again, I'm just in the room. I've never even been in the AUSA's office at that time. So I'm just observing what's going on.
Did anyone use the term, this is a proffer?
Yes.
And was that agreement between the AUSA? Do you remember that AUSA's name?
Timothy C. Wright.
And do you remember the attorney for Mr. Davis, his name?
Wayne Higgins.
And so there was an agreement in that first meeting that this would be a proffer.
Yes.
And during the course of that, do you ask Mr. Davis about his involvement in the Biggie Smalls murder?
Yes.
And what is his response?
At that time, he said, no, we didn't have anything to do with that.
When he said, we didn't have anything to do with that one, did that trigger anything in your mind as to what he was saying?
When I recall, yes. We were like, that one, what do you mean? And then he said, we did the other one.
He said, we did the other one. And so at that point, what did you think he was talking about?
Me personally, the only other one was Tupac. but we had nothing. We didn't think he was. We were talking about Christopher Wallace. We didn't ask him any questions about Tupac. He offered that on his own.
And so when he does that, is there some discussion then of maybe having a conversation about Tupac?
It was a surprise to us. Number one, we were shook. We were surprised. Yes. I mean, I don't know if we shut that meeting down then to discuss what we were going to do. I don't remember, but we were surprised.
Does there come a point in time when there's a meeting set for December 18th of 2008 to talk to Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
In your understanding, was that still based upon the agreement between Wayne Higgins and the U.S. Attorney that it would be a proffer session?
Yes.
At that point, before having this conversation with Mr. Davis, has anybody notified Las Vegas that Mr. Davis is going to be talking about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Unfortunately, no.
Were you present on December 18th for an interview with Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
And did you subsequently learn, or previously learn, but subsequently learn that that conversation was recorded?
Yes.
Do you know who recorded that statement?
One of the members of the task force, Bill Holcomb.
Did there come a point in time where you heard that recording?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as state proposed exhibit 117, which is the actual recording, and 110, which is the transcript of that recording. I'm out from it this time.
Any objection?
I think this hearing currently still lacking foundation with regards to that. The answer, the question that was asked was like, do you recognize the recording?
Okay. Do you want to play?
I can play part of
maybe
that
the
recording
first
for Detective.
Couple seconds and see if he recognizes it.
Yeah, there's
Not gonna
some
hit-
walking in time, so we'll just
Well,
have to pull it
when
forward.
people actually talk.
Yeah. I'll just jump forward. Hopefully. My volume off?
People or his associates, that's not a concern to us.
Yeah.
If you had told Mike, we would have talked.
Okay, another.
Does that sound like the conversation that was happening on December 18th, 2008 with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And who was present at this besides yourself that you recall?
The lead detective, Detective Greg Kading. He was mostly in charge. Bill Holcomb and me. That's all I can remember.
Was Wayne Higgins present as well?
Wayne Higgins was there, and I'm sorry, so was Mr. Davis, of course.
And do you recall where this conversation took place?
It might have been at Wayne Higgins' office.
As I once again reoffer 117 and 110.
Did you want to show him 110 to verify that is the transcript of it?
Oh, you want me to-
Well, that was the objection, was that
Oh.
the foundation wasn't accurate. And we talked about the first item, but not the second.
Take a look at that. You can read through as much as it is you need to. That appear to be a transcription of that particular meeting.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's it.
Those to admit 110 and 117.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
The jury is going to hear the entire thing at some point. But generally speaking, what was Mr. Davis's version of events as it relates to what happened with Tupac Shakur.
Mr. Davis stated that his nephew, Mr. Orlando Anderson, was jumped and beat up in a club or in a hotel in Las Vegas after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first. And then they saw him, and basically, Mr. Davis had the gun at first, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot. Mr. Anderson grabbed the gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
In a white Cadillac.
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
A 40 cal Glock.
And did he tell you after the shooting where the car went? If you recall. If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
After receiving this information in March of 2009, does the task force sign Mr. Davis up as a confidential informant?
Yes.
And once you sign him up as a confidential informant, what is it that you want to do with Mr. Davis?
Figure out ways to see if he's telling the truth about his story, about what happened.
And so what do you do?
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
And did you guys or Mr. Davis come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Black, and Keffe D, Mr. Davis, flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
And when Mr. Davis goes in to, do you remember the name of the club?
It's called the Zip Code in Harlem.
Does he in fact meet with Zip?
Zip, he did, but from what we gathered from Mr. Davis told us, he passed him off to his nephew, meaning Zip passed him off to his nephew to do business with him. Zip had cancer or something like that. He was sickly. He said he wasn't in the business no more, something like that. So it didn't work.
So he was unable to reestablish a business relationship and do a drug deal with Zip so that you would have leverage to then talk to Zip about what Mr. Davis. I'm just confirming the information you just provided. What?
You're just confirming that the information that you just were provided is what?
I'm just confirming the information that he just testified to.
So then, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he couldn't rekindle the relationship.
And so you come back from New York.
Yes.
At some point, does the LAPD establish whether or not LAPD officers were involved in the murder of Mr. Wallace.
We found out that there was not any police officer involved.
And eventually, Mrs. Wallace's lawsuit is resolved.
Yes, it does.
At some point, are you directed to attend a meeting involving Wayne Higgins, Duane Davis, and Dan Long, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department investigator on Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
And on September 9th of 2009, did you in fact attend that interview?
Yes.
And was that recorded?
Yes.
This morning, did you listen to portions of that to confirm that is in fact a copy of the 2009 audio recording?
Yes.
And if I approach you, I forgot this one. Showing you 111, if you flip that over, take a look at it. Does that appear to be a transcript of that 2009 interview?
Yes.
Move to admit 111 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Finally, and I forgot to do this, during the conversation on December 18th of 2008, did you have some sort of chart that was put in front of Mr. Davis where he identified where people were in various vehicles?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 147. Is that a copy of the chart that you had prior to the December 18th, 2008?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you, sir. I passed the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Swift.
It's 2.5 hours.
All right, we're at cross, guys. Wake up. Here we go.
Mr. Dupree, we had some conversations here about what you did on this case. Did you ever write any reports on this?
Sure I did, yeah.
When you say you're sure did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
I think I reviewed one report.
Which report did you review?
It was a DEA 6 passing the case over to Las Vegas Metro.
And with regard to that report, did you draft that report yourself?
Yes.
When you say it's a DEA 6, is that a form?
Yes.
Is that a form used by the DEA agency, I guess would be the Drug Enforcement Agency?
Yes.
Did you write any reports on your own with regards to what you did within the LAPD, umbrella or report writing?
I'm sure I did.
When you say you sure did, are you telling us today that you don't know for sure what reports you wrote?
I'm saying that when you have a cold case, a lot of reports are already written. So you interview people and you do a statement on it, but the majority, this was 2006 when we started, the murders happened in 1996 and 97. So a lot of the reports were already written.
So with regards to, you're classifying this as a cold case?
Yes.
And what is a cold case to you?
It's a case that takes a long time to solve.
And with regards to the cold case, which are you talking specifically about the murder here, the murder investigation of Tupac Shakur?
I'm talking about what we classified Christopher Wallace case. I don't know if they classified Tupac a cold case at that time.
I see. So you were part of the task force specifically on Biggie Smalls, which is called Biggie Smalls.
That's why we started the task force, because of the lawsuit.
All right, and you are classifying that as the cold case.
Yes.
So all your work would have been under the Biggie Smalls investigation, not necessarily under the Tupac case that we're here for today.
Yes.
And so with regards to your actions on the Biggie Smalls case, a lot of what you're doing sort of blends into, at least some of it blends into the Tupac investigation, but that wasn't your investigation.
No.
That was Metro's investigation.
Yes.
Now, on the day that we're talking about here, and this would be under the recordings that you had from the 2008 proffer. Did you set those up?
No.
Who set them up?
Probably the lead investigator, Greg Kading.
Okay. And with regards to Greg Kading, you're his partner.
In a task force configuration, you might peel off with one person more than the other. So I would say me and him did a lot of work together.
And with regards to what he is that he's also a fellow LAPD detective.
Yes.
All right. And so with regards to your being, you know, let's say not part of the task force, were you ever his partner outside of the task force?
I met Detective Kading at Wilshire Homicide. Wilshire Homicide is the area that Christopher Wallace was actually killed in. Robbie Homicide inherited the case or took the case because they have more resources to work. Me and Greg worked together at Wilshire Homicide. Greg Kading started this task force and he brought me over years later to this task force.
I see. So up until that point when he brought you over, you guys weren't partners?
No, he was working narcotics. Greg knows the narcotics FBI DEA system very well. I didn't.
All right. And so in terms of your awareness about the Tupac investigation, when were you first made aware of the Tupac investigation?
Through the media, as soon as it happened. Right. I mean, everybody knew about that.
And in terms of though your involvement or the official, are you telling us it's at the time of the proffer that you become sort of more involved in the Tupac?
At the time that Mr. Davis offered the information that he offered is when we even thought about doing anything with Tupac.
But isn't it true though that you actually were more aware, you actually were that Detective Long was the Metro detective on this case as early as 2004?
I didn't start until 2006, so I just knew he was an investigator assigned to the case when I got there.
I see. So as of 2006, you would have been aware that Detective Long was the investigator from Metro?
Maybe 2006, 2007, when we decided to come out to Vegas and gather intel on the Tupac case, just for investigative reasons.
Okay. And with regards to your participation in the task force, was there a name for the task force?
Christopher Wallace Task Force.
Okay, so it's the Christopher Wallace Task Force. And you first contact Mr. Davis on, looks like November 21st, 2008. Is that about right?
I don't remember the dates, but.
Okay. Now, in terms of your, you're saying though that your review of the evidence in preparation for today's, or your reports in preparation for today's testimony just consisted of the DEA 6 form?
Yes.
Now, at the time of November 21st, 2008, you and Greg Kading are the ones who initially contacted Mr. Davis, right? You didn't do it by yourself.
No, me and Mr. Kading.
Okay, and you basically advised him at that particular point that, you know, he was potentially looking at an indictment for narcotics. Is that right?
Something to that effect, yeah.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing this because you are targeting Mr. Davis because you believe he may have been a suspect in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, I would assume in the future, you're going to tell all of us that he was no longer a suspect in that murder, right?
That is correct.
You found information that were indicating that the car that was potentially the car used in the Biggie Smalls murder was not his vehicle, maybe somebody else was there. And there was some issues with regards to his location that he wouldn't have been the one to be the shooter in the case.
Whatever the reasons, I just know he wasn't involved in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Okay. And then with regards to your conversation with Mr. Davis, when you had that conversation at his home, you talked about being in the, I guess, the garage of his home at Rancho Cucamonga. Is that what it was?
forget the city, but the southeast.
Okay.
That's where he lived at the time.
And you had at some point told him that maybe he should retain an attorney to handle the issues because he was going to be dealing with the United States Attorney Timothy Seawright. You remember having that conversation with him?
I don't think we threatened him or anything like that. We just advised him that, hey man, we got some information, we got some things that you're involved in, and we need to talk to you. So we need to meet with you, with your attorney at the AUSA's office.
Now, at the time that you had that conversation with Mr. Davis, you advised him that not to bring his attorney, which would have been Edie Fall, to that conversation, right?
No.
You advised him to actually bring this other attorney, Wayne Higgins. That would have been a brand new attorney for Mr. Davis, correct?
No, I didn't even know Mr. Higgins at that time.
Now, in terms of your, the meeting, Mr. Higgins shows up with Mr. Davis, and then there's a conversation between Mr. Higgins and Seawright regarding the proffer agreement, but that wasn't with you being present in the room. Fair?
No.
Okay. Now, you had, though, at some point being informed that there was a proffer agreement, and then there was follow-up interviews that occur as a result, right?
That's correct.
So this is just not one interview. This is multiple interviews.
Yes.
Now, can you tell us, for instance, how many interviews there were?
That I was involved in, the first meeting at his house in the garage, the first meeting with the AUSA, and then the meeting at Wayne Higgins. But mind you, like I told you, I flew to New York with Mr. Davis. So we were out there for 3 or 4 days.
I'm talking more about specifically the actual meetings in which you're sitting down and asking questions of Mr. Davis.
2.
So that would be the initial meeting with United States Attorney Seawright in the room. And then the second meeting was, I'm sorry, at what time?
That was with Mr. Higgins at his office on Wilshire Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the date.
Okay, would that be October or December 18th?
2008.
2008.
Yes.
Do you recall actually being involved in a meeting or being knowledgeable of a meeting that took place on December 1st, 2008?
No.
How about a meeting that took place on January 7th, 2009?
I don't recall. No.
How about another meeting that occurred on February 11th, 2009?
I don't recall any of those dates.
Okay.
I just remember the 3 that we dealt with.
Right. And once again, you're refreshing your recollection off of a DEA 6 form, correct?
No, I'm refreshing my recollection off my recollection.
30 years later?
That's right. And about 20 murder trials.
Right.
Of my own.
Which is amazing. Good job.
It's not amazing, just doing my job.
But let's just make sure we're clear. I want to make sure this jury understands that you're refreshing your recollection off of a DEA 6 form.
No, I told you the DEA 6 form that I saw this morning was transferring the case from the DEA to Las Vegas Metro. That's all that said this morning.
All right. So this is all purely off of your recollection from 30 years ago.
Well, 17, 18 years ago when we got it. The case was 30 years ago. So
Right.
We had it in 2006.
And 20 murder trials later.
That's right.
You're refreshing. Okay. So let's keep going through it. So your testimony here is that at the time of the meeting on December 18th, 2008, you were present for that meeting.
Yes.
And the other people that were present for that meeting was Detective Katie, LAPD Detective William Holcomb, FBI Special Agent Bennett.
Yes, I didn't mention him, but he was there. Yes.
Okay. And then was anybody else there present?
Mr. Davis and Mr. Higgins.
And then outside of those, was anybody from the United States Attorney's Office present?
At the first one in 2008, I think, not in 2009. For sure, not 2009. I can say that.
Okay, but I want to make sure we're precise for this jury. On December 18, 2008, was the United States Attorney present for that meeting?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, the recording that had occurred and the one that you've introduced into evidence in this case, was that a recording to which Mr. Davis or his attorney knew about?
Which one, 2008 or 2009?
2008.
2008? I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know it was being recorded either.
Sure. And with regard to the FBI special agent that was there, are you aware of what's called a 302?
Yes.
What is a 302?
It's a report, information report that they write out, kind of like the DEA 6, kind of.
Yeah. And then in terms of how the 302 works is they don't actually record information with a recorder. They actually just write things down into the 302, right?
That's correct.
In this particular case, was Special Agent Bennett aware that there was a recording?
I have no idea.
Now, in addition to that, on March 9th, you had said that something that he was, I guess, activated as a confidential informant. So I think it's around that time period, right, of 2009. Between what time periods did Mr. Davis give information to LAPD as a confidential informant? Do you remember?
I don't remember how many times we met or how many times I was involved in speaking to him, but it's just those 3 times. The first time in his garage, 2008, 2009, and then when we went to New York. That's all my dealings with Mr. Davis was that I can remember.
Okay. Now, the December 2008 proffer that you were part of, did you verify any of the information
that Mr. Davis told us?
Yeah.
We were trying to verify as much as we could.
Okay.
That's
Well, tell us the efforts. No, I'm sorry. Can you tell this jury the efforts that you made to verify the information that he gave you in 2008?
Flying to New York to try to get the relationship with Zip, Mr. Martin, because he was involved here in Vegas with the murder and the large sum of money that was supposed to be given to Mr. Martin to give to Mr. Davis. So that's why we flew to New York to try to get that whole thing going.
Right. And based on your efforts in New York, were you able to verify that any of that information to be true?
No.
Now, in addition to that, there was other information that Mr. Davis gave up in 2008 in December. Did you verify any of that other information to be true?
I don't think any other information that he gave us was anything except the murder of Tupac.
Sure. Did you at any point verify, for instance, the people that he identified in the vehicle?
No.
You are aware, of course, that some of the people that he had identified in the vehicle were still alive in 2008, right?
One was.
Who was that?
That was Terrence Brown.
Okay. Did you ever verify that Terrence Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the murder?
He never got a chance to.
Why not?
As I said, our first course of action was to tie in Mr. Combs, the money, and work back from there.
So you fly to New York, it's a bust, you fly back, and then you never follow up on what happens with regard to Mr. Brown?
I didn't.
You're part of the task force.
Yes.
Do you know if anybody else on the task force verified that information that Mr. Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting?
No.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the type of scenario that Mr. Davis is in, right? He's being targeted as a potential suspect in a Biggie Smalls murder. You develop information about him being a drug dealer, right? And you had said, I think how much time is he looking at? Life sentence?
I think so, yes.
Right, pretty heavy sentence, right?
Yes.
And so you had also targeted the idea, though, that it wasn't just him moving some large amount. It was people coming into his house, potentially his family. People could be arrested, his friends, for instance, that was part of that, and they all could go to prison, right?
I will say this. Mr. Davis took the hit for a lot of people in his family and his kids, his wife, but that's why he did a lot of the stuff he did. I will say that.
And I appreciate you saying that. And so in essence, he said, okay, this is all on me. I will take the hit for the family.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the way that you recall how he describes what happens and so forth, you had mentioned that he's in the car, he drives up next to the other car, and then he gives the gun to the back seat because he was going to do the shooting, and then he gives it to somebody else. And then I guess it was Dre, said, no, I can't do it. And then Orlando fires the gun.
Yes.
Okay. So the 4 individuals that in the car would have been Mr. Davis and then Mr. Brown,
driver,
and then Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Orlando Anderson.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you, at some point, these people come back to Compton, right? Were there any, as far as you know, did anyone attempt to kill Orlando for being the shooter in the vehicle of Tupac Shakur?
I don't know if anyone tried to kill Mr. Anderson, but a lot of other people got shot and killed.
Sure. And so what other people that you recall were being shot and killed?
I don't have the list of people who I know. Darnell Graham got shot, and then an 11-year-old girl got shot. Off the top of my head, I can remember those two. It was war. Compton's 10 square miles, and all of these people know each other from growing up. There was people standing, they were hiding out, walking the streets.
But in terms of the 4 that's in the vehicle, was Mr. Smith shot?
No, not that I know of.
And what about the other person, Mr. Besides Mr. Davis?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Not that I know of. No.
And then with regards to Mr. Davis, was he shot at?
No, not that I know of.
And once again, this idea is we're talking about a very compact area of Las Vegas, 10 by 10 miles, multiple blood and Crip gangs just encroached upon one another, right? Yes. Basically like a powder keg.
Street by street.
Right. And in terms of retribution, pretty clear this would be an immediate thing because Tupac Shakur was shot and killed.
Yes.
And Death Row Records, as a member of the Mob Piru, would have been definitely out for blood on that.
Yes.
But none of those 4 individuals were shot at.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah. And in fact, just to make sure I'm clear, Orlando Anderson was actually shot and killed probably about a year and a half later, right?
Unrelated, yes.
Yes, and it was unrelated, meaning that people that he got into a gunfight with was actually other Crips.
Yes.
Right? And it was over money, as far as you can recall.
Yes.
Now, there was some discussion. Are you aware of a person by the name of Darnell Brim?
Yes.
Darnell Brim is, and I think there was some discussion about there was 2 different sets in the Southside Crips.
Yes.
One set was the Burr Street set.
Correct.
And that would be Burr Street where Mr. Davis lived on.
Yes.
As well as members of his family and so forth, right?
Yes.
The other set was the set that Darnell Brim was in charge of.
From what I hear. I never worked Compton PD, but from what I hear, yes.
Okay. And with regards to Mr. Brim, he was killed pretty much immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mr. Brim is still alive as far as I know.
Oh, you're right. He was shot though, right?
He was shot.
And then he went to prison for some unrelated matter, something to do with drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of Mr. Brim, was there ever a conversation with Mr. Brim to determine or have questions asked with regards to Tupac Shakur?
When we started, again, I started in 2006. Those questions would have been initially asked of Mr. Brim when he was shot in 96, 97. Those types of things we could have gotten to. But like I said, our first course of action was to solidify where the money came from. If Mr. Combs was involved, and was Mr. Davis telling the truth about being paid for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And outside of that, any additional sort of boots in the ground discussions or investigation in Compton was handled by somebody else?
The initial, the preliminary.
Right.
And if we would have gotten to that, we probably would have talked to people, but I'm sure that they were talked to already. This is on a Fed level trying to get a RICO case against people. Okay, this is a whole different level of Compton.
Sure.
This is FBI, ATF, DEA. This is trying to solidify that Death Row Records and was built on narcotics and Bad Boy Records. Now, you don't understand this, but I'm from the hood. Everybody knows it was, okay? Everybody knows that those record companies were started with the sales of narcotics. So the feds were looking at a RICO. We cared about the murders. So this was chasing the money. This was chasing Sean Combs to see if he was involved. It was, you know, the hit on Mr. Shakur.
And so once you determine that, you know, he's given information, not because of Biggie Smalls, but rather because of Shakur, you never once reached out to Metro at that time to say, hey, Las Vegas, you guys are the ones in charge of this murder. Come down to have an interview with Davis?
The decisions were, again, way above my pay grade. And our command staff, whoever made that decision to keep it in-house and for us to handle it on the Fed level, because it would have spread all the way to Las Vegas and not notify Las Vegas Metro at that time, wasn't my decision.
I see. So had it been somebody up the chain, maybe even the United States Attorney.
Whoever.
Yeah. Okay. That's not your call to make.
No, I'm just a soldier. Okay.
Right. I appreciate that. Now, in addition to that, sir, your in terms of the information we're talking about here, at some point your other LAPD detective leaves the LAPD. Greg Cady.
Yes, in 2011, I think.
And in 2011, I believe he publishes a book.
Yes.
And that book is called Murder Rap?
Yes.
Did you read that book?
Parts of it.
All right. And fair to say, of course, is that if you saw something in the book that was not accurate, you probably tell Greg Cady, hey, this is not accurate, this is not right.
I wouldn't tell him nothing. That's
Oh,
his version. He did what he wanted to do.
Right. Okay, so it's his version of events. You would have been like, okay, this is not right about what I did. I'm just going to leave it alone because that's what Greg Cady interpreted it to be.
No, I'm saying I was on the Los Angeles Police Department, still in charge of the Biggie Smalls case by myself. And whatever came from any books that were written, it was my responsibility to make sure that everybody was okay if they were outed in that book. So I'm not going to tell another man what he should and shouldn't do as far as writing a book. If you want to write a book, write a book. If it comes back my way and I got to investigate something you said, then I'll do that.
So this individual, Greg Cady, leaves LAPD and takes the Tupac file with him?
From what I hear, something to that effect.
Meaning he stole the file?
Something to that effect.
Now, in addition to that, he also took the Biggie file, right, with him when he left?
From what I hear, I've never seen him, but that's what I hear.
Okay. And with regards to the recording that we're talking about here, that recording was a recording that he published, at least brought it out to the public, not you.
You will never see me on a podcast, a book, nothing like that.
Yeah.
So, and you never have.
Now, in terms of, though, just your understanding and, you know, being in LA and so forth, Greg Cady has made appearances on podcasts and other things as well, right?
Yes.
And also that would be with documentaries.
Yes.
But at least you're still abiding by the rules and that kind of thing. You would never do that.
I stick to the code. Okay, I'm abide by the streets. You're not gonna see me on there telling about what somebody else did. This is the only time you're gonna see me talking about what somebody did, sitting in this chair.
And I appreciate that, sir.
Other than that, you'll never see me doing that.
Okay. And with regards to your participation, though, in the interviews, during the time period that you're hearing Mr. Davis talk about these things, were you aware at all that he was recommended that this other attorney step in for his attorney, E.D. Falls, and basically have this conversation?
No, to my knowledge from the media, I thought E.D. Falls would have been his attorney. So I don't know anything about that. Again, that was way above my, whatever I was doing there. I don't know who made that decision. I never talked to Mr. Davis. I didn't know Mr. Higgins at that point.
Okay.
So.
Were you aware that when Metro was finally notified?
Yes.
When was that?
The 2009 interview.
Yes, sir. Did you make that call to Metro?
Chain of command. Somebody upstairs called Vegas when we disbanded our unit. Our case was going back to our DA. Las Vegas Metro, they were going to take over their case. So somebody in our chain of command reached out to somebody in Metro, I guess, and said, hey, we got some information for you. Somebody needs to talk to you about Tupac. I knew Detective Dan Long. It trickled all the way down to us. Either he called me or I called him. and set up the interview.
Did you tell Detective Long when he appeared here in LA for the interview with Mr. Davis that he had given a proffer in 2008?
Yes, I think he was aware of what we had. Unfortunately, he was aware of what we had done to that point. Yes.
Meaning that you had a conversation with him, say, hey, by the way, there was a proffer in place in 2008. Here's the information.
I'm sure I did. I don't recall if I told him immediately or whatever, but he was aware that we had been dealing with Mr. Davis.
So, and once again, that proffer agreement between you, the government, or the various people of the task force plus Mr. Davis, up until that point, there was no violation of that agreement, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Right, meaning that, for instance, Mr. Davis didn't do anything that would say, hey, you violate the terms of this agreement.
No, I never used that term with him. No.
Right, but at the same time, your higher ups felt at this particular point, yeah, give the information that you just learned about Mr. Davis from 2008, give that to Metro, right?
Yes.
And once again, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to forget this question. You didn't verify anything outside of the P. Diddy potential payment that was the part of that you were looking at.
Yes.
So everything else would have been going back to Detective Long to do his investigation in Las Vegas about the information given to him by Mr. Davis?
I mean, he was going to be aware of that, yes.
Okay. But once again,
that was already out, a possibility. Just hearing Mr. Davis say it kind of solidified it, that we need to look more into this part of it, instead of it just being Tupac getting killed, Death Row, and Southside, they were involved.
Yeah, but I think we're here for a slightly different purpose. We're in Las Vegas, and we just want to know what facts were presented, or at least established, with regards to the situation. You're telling me Detective Long would have been willing to verify whether Mr. Brown was here in Las Vegas, whether any of the other individuals in the vehicle that was represented to you was actually here in Las Vegas to establish that, right? That was his job, not yours.
Yeah, on the murder.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now there was some activity that happened in Compton. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You weren't part of any of the investigations in Compton with regards to the gang issues and so forth. You weren't part of that.
No.
That would have been somebody else from Compton.
Compton and Metro and whoever else.
Okay. I just have one.
Yeah. Courts and buildings, sure.
Ooh, any more questions? You did say you have one more, right?
I passed it. Thank you.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Juckman?
Just briefly, you brought up the fact that Mr. Davis said, basically, Sean Puffy Combs solicited the murder of Suge and Tupac during the course of that conversation.
Yeah.
Did he tell you where that conversation occurred?
It's a deli called Greenwood, still there on Sunset in Hollywood in Los Angeles.
If he never provides that portion of the information, what jurisdiction would LA have to be investigating a homicide that occurred in Las Vegas? None? So it was that piece of information which provided LAPD jurisdiction to even be looking at this murder.
You could say that. But like I said, on the Fed case with the RICO, that would have got incorporated into the RICO, the murder anyway. And that's what we were looking at. But yes, that's where it started. So you can use that also.
And so when you were unable to confirm through ZIP the Puffy Combs angle of the case, at some point your agency said, hey, we got to tell Vegas what we've been doing.
Yes.
And at that point, Dan Long comes down and you are in a room with Dan Long, Mr. Davis, his lawyer, and there's a conversation that occurs.
That's correct.
At that time, The only person left alive in the vehicle was Terrence Bubba Brown, right?
Yes.
Mr. Brown was a resident of LA, correct?
Correct.
And was there at least a discussion between you and Dan, hey, if Mr. Brown ever gets himself into some real trouble, maybe we'll have some leverage to talk to Mr. Brown?
Yes.
And then unfortunately, Mr. Brown got killed as well.
Yes.
And so the last person alive in the vehicle is Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sand?
Okay, so what investigation with Mr. Brown have we talked about? You wouldn't be able to verify information about where he was, whether or not he was in Las Vegas, right? You're saying you with Mr. Brown.
We wouldn't be able to?
Yeah.
We could have, I guess.
Right.
We would have got to that, yeah.
Sure. And with regard to that, you didn't make that effort while he was still alive.
No.
And would it be fair to say, of course, that even if someone had passed it, you would still need to verify what Mr. Davis said to you, regardless of whether or not the person's passed or not?
We would have to verify everything.
Right.
And like I said, start of it was Sean Puffy Combs, so that's where we started.
Sure. And your focus is a little different, but in terms of the actual murder of Tupac Shakur, information with regards to, you know, these other individuals in the car, that would have been given to Metro to handle here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
State, anything further?
Of course it will. Yes, one follow-up. In your 34 years, 20 homicide trials, ever made a case on a guy confessing to a homicide?
Yeah, I've had a couple confessions. Yeah.
When you were talking to Mr. Davis and he's telling you what he's telling you, did you have reason to doubt his version of events as it relates to the homicide itself?
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his nephew's hand. And if anybody knows anything from what I hear, Mr. Orlando Anderson was the man besides Keefe D in that neighborhood. He was the prince and his family loved him. I didn't think that Mr. Davis would put the gun in his own nephew's hand, dead or alive, and put that smut on him unless it was true. The person that killed Tupac, well, in the neighborhood, he's a hero. In the world, he's a villain. So I didn't think Mr. Davis, me personally, would do that unless it was true with his own nephew, because I know he loved his nephew. They all loved Orlando.
And so that particular fact, knowing the culture, and now it's 2008. I mean, let me ask you this. Was Tupac Shakur larger than life after death?
Yes, but had he would have been legendary if he lived.
And in 2008, he is legendary at that point.
But he's dead.
And if it gets out that Mr. Davis has said his nephew pulled the trigger, would there be consequences for his neighborhood?
I mean, just the way it looks, him being a hero, meaning Tupac to the world, and then this gang, like I said, in the streets, in his hood, Orlando wasn't looked at that, but people are going to always say the Southsiders, the ones who killed Tupac, Nipsey Hussle, all these people who were like that, that's what comes with that. Now, you can wear a badge and act like it's something in your hood, but in the world, that's not a good thing to be, remembered as or thought of as a person that killed Tupac, even though what happened to Mr. Orlando Anderson wasn't right.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further based on that?
Yes, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. You go to Mr. Davis because he's the target of Biggie Smalls' murder.
Yes.
You interview him, and at some point in the future, you determine that Mr. Davis is not involved in Biggie Smalls' murder.
Yes.
While you're in the room showing him the information that you have about the drug aspect of it, a life sentence potentially, and everyone in his family or people in his family and friends potentially getting all in the middle of that with all kinds of problems, right? He decides to take the hit, as like you said, right? And instead of saying, hey, I don't have anything about Biggie Smalls, which you now have confirmed, he had nothing to do with Biggie Smalls, so he had no information. He says, I actually have information, and Orlando Anderson is one of those people, right? And at the time he says it, Orlando's actually dead, right? And people in the community of Compton had all had this sort of thing going on that potentially Orlando Anderson was involved in the murder of Tupac, correct?
Correct.
So that information was available to Mr. Davis when he gave you that information, right?
Yes.
But once again, you were targeted for Biggie Smalls, and there was no information that would say he was involved in Biggie Smalls, so he couldn't give you any of that information, right? No further question, John.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Okay.
I've lost track of how many redirects we're on, so.
Sorry.
All right, you're okay, guys. Any questions from the jury? Looking at that side of the box? No? Okay. Oh, we do have one. Okay. We have a few.
Okay, jury has a question, I believe. I don't know what he would, Nadia, I don't know what he would testify to. I don't know. I'm not too familiar. I don't think that Choke No Joke would have been involved in any of this. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with what he would have connection to this. Oh, I know him as somebody who's done music, but his stuff has been more on the East Coast of stuff. I didn't know he was into the West Coast of things. I could be wrong though. I don't know. A few questions. They said a few questions. A few. No, you said no. The witness did well. I thought so too. He was patient. I'll give him that more than the other ones. Oh, really, Mimi? That's interesting.
All right, a question from one of our jurors for you. For clarity, would you say the feds were more worried about the bigger fish and the whole puzzle rather than the pieces, being you had the information from Keefe and didn't need to put it together?
Yes, they were worried about the bigger picture, but this is 2006, and the smaller types of investigations on both cases had already been run to ground. You needed to come with a different type of investigation to try to see if you can get it. So that's why Detective Kading, the LAPD, that's why you brought in FBI, ATF, DEA, other agencies to all help to try to solve both cases. Once we found out what Mr. Davis had said, it was Biggie Smalls at first, and then it went to Tupac Shakur.
Okay. Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. Sam?
No.
Okay, you faked us out again. All right, you are free to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Dupree.
Your Honor, one quick thing before the witness leaves.
Oh.
May we approach?
If you want to just have him wait in the hall, or do you want him to wait?
If he can just be back on the stand for a second.
Oh, okay.
Did he just say he had one more question for the witness? And he could wait on the stand or something like that? I think that's what I heard. I could be wrong, though. Maybe I heard wrong. I don't know. Let me know. Oh, they're meeting with the attorney. Okay. The judge. I wonder what's going to happen. Well, we got new information about that proffer agreement. That's for sure, right? So I've been trying to listen. It's crazy work. You say Keefe looks worried? Yeah. FBI has the photo snake eyes. Okay. He said one more thing before the witness leaves. Yeah, that's what I think I heard.
Mr. Dupree, as you discussed earlier with the parties, you may be subject to recall in this case, but it would be okay to do it via Zoom. If you could refrain from, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with anyone else in this case until you are released from that potential
recall.
Okay, thank you. You are now free to go.
They might call him back.
All right, State, what did you want to present next?
Well, we're going to start the 2008 statement, so we fill up the rest of the day. But we have at least one witness tomorrow, so we'll call that witness tomorrow and then probably continue on the rest of the day with the rest of the statements.
Does it make sense then? All right.
Does it make, I mean, unless the court wants us to call the witness tomorrow at 1 and then start the statements. I
think that might make the most sense.
Oh,
there's
snap.
just more time in the statements than there is in the day tomorrow. So we still don't
If we
finish
play
it.
the half hour today, will that finish it out tomorrow?
It all depends on Mr. Sam's cross of the witness.
Well, Your Honor, Your Honor, there's two statements, right? I think we can definitely play one of the statements after the witness tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we have a subsequent statement. We're also playing that we introduced through Mr. Dupree. So.
And none of them will finish in the half hour. That's 35 minutes we have left.
That's correct.
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to have the jury. I'm just going to have the jury leave a little bit early today. We'll have them back at 1 o'clock tomorrow. All right. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Wait, 1 o'clock tomorrow? She admonished the jury to 1 o'clock tomorrow again? Did I hear that correctly? Why aren't we starting early? Oh, man. Maybe I'm hearing things. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I heard 1 o'clock tomorrow, too.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence? Okay, I think it just makes more sense to play that as a block as opposed to a half hour. And I didn't realize we were breaking it up between a witness in between. So, okay, I apologize for any inconsistency after that. All right, we'll be in recess. We'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we'll see each other tomorrow back at 1 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up because there was a lot that was going on there. And we'll give you guys a couple minutes, hopefully, for the people that want to come back. Let me know what you guys Ty's like, I have so much to say. Yeah, I was like, oh, man, so tomorrow's going to be so interesting. Remember last week she says that they had some cases she had to juggle as well as the trial, so that's probably why, right? That's insane. I don't know. You said it's a big win for KD. What's a big win for KD? Say more. Yes, a smile from Keefe. Whoa, I didn't know we had some. Y'all are really I'm not cheering for this man. I hope people understand. I didn't know y'all were cheering for him. I want the truth, right? We want the truth. And I just don't know if this is the right way to get it, honestly. So I don't know. You said it looks like if looks can kill. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Keefe. I'm not looking for that man to smile either. I just, sorry, y'all. I dropped a link for anybody that wants to come up. I'm giving y'all a couple minutes to decide because I need to go and get a clamp for a computer thing that I have ordered. Oh my gosh, I see. Hey Ty, how are you? Let me remove this from the screen. How you doing? Where
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, buddies. We have a lot to discuss.
Uh-oh.
Where do you
sound a
want to
little muffled.
start?
Are you here? Oh, hello.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
I can't hear you. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, you might want to come in and out.
Hold on, let me go out and come back in.
Okay. You said I don't know how that's a win. I don't know. I mean, maybe you guys see something different. I see other. Okay, he's gonna come back in. Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to hit the link. He said, I want the truth, and I think it's leading to a much bigger case. I just don't know if I'm like, I don't know, you guys. I mean, you guys let me know. Maybe I'm seeing things a little bit different.
Yes.
He said it's gonna be weirdos that want him to get off. He'll only get off if they can get bigger fish on this charge because Keefe D is a nobody. Oof. You said he's sounds good. If y'all want to jump up, the link is there. If you guys have some opinions, let me know. But let me shout out some people while we wait. Teresa, thank you so much for the silver stars. Anise, thank you for the floating heart. Anise, thank you for the flower. And is it Total or Toy Lambert? Thank you so much for the 199. Cops are not helping here at all, in my opinion. That FBI guy was very interesting, I will say. Overall, you're coming in as well in a few. Okay, all right. So I see Ty up here. Hey, Ty.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. So tell me your opinion. Go ahead and
Oh
sound up.
my God, bunnies, we have so much to discuss. Oh my God. You want to start with Detective Miller? Excuse me, sir. You have Keefe D in here on his bicycle. You got a Mob Pyru guy doesn't want to even show up. I think you need to be making accommodations to show up, mister. And you want to know something? I don't even trust the fact that he was on a Zoom call in his house. That's not a controlled setting. We don't know if you have a script that you're reading from while you're looking at the webcam. We do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? We don't know if your attorney's on the other side telling you not to answer that. You need to show up, mister.
You talking about the first
Miller.
one of the first witnesses on the first day, Fred Miller.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Miller. I don't like them Zoom call thing. Call it. What do you want? Call in and you're in your bedroom, girl? No, we're not doing that. This is a murder trial, girl.
What about Tom Kern? No, who was it else? There's another detective that was on the phone too. Brett Becker. He was like
Brett Becker. That's another one. I want to know if anybody else is going to be calling in from their house. I mean, if you're going to subpoena me, the first visitation should be in person. The second, okay, we need to make accommodations now because you know what I'm saying. I can't be coming to Vegas every day.
Yeah.
Or wherever the case is. I can't come every day. But I mean, they haven't even showed up.
This is insane.
You have Reggie Wright shitting in his Pampers up here.
Oh shit! Don't say
he
that.
He was able to bring in his wheelchair, his bicycle, and lie to the jury. I think everybody can make accommodations to show up at least once here.
Oh man. Well, at least he made it there. You know, he made a wheelchair. He made it. Okay. They made accommodations and he made it. Wait a minute. So what do you think about what do you think about these last two? Wade Lee and Darren Dupree.
You hear my papers rattling? 1 second.
Go for it.
Mr. Lee, he was a special agent, right? So when Mr. Keefe D met with them the first time, they had the question is not was he lying? The question is they believe he can't lie. He can't lie. What he told them people, it was the truth. And evidently it was the truth, buddy. Rabbit, because it was the truth. Because his sentence, if you guys were paying attention, was lessened to 6 years. So they were able to corroborate some of the information that he was giving them. That's why the district attorney, when they did their whatever the case, they gave him. So the proffer, you can give a proffer, a state can give a proffer, or the federal government can give a proffer. You see what I'm saying? So that was part of like a plea deal. They were like, okay, so since you did this for us, we're going to give you 6 years instead of 10. You know what the problem is? You should have just took the 10 and just shut the hell up. We wouldn't be here today.
You know, I said the same thing. I said, so are they just trusting everything that he's saying as truth, even though they
know they're not trusting him? They're corroborating. They're corroborating the truth. They fight. And then when they came back in 2008, they made him a secret agent. He had already, according to the streets, he had already been a secret agent.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when they came back in 2008, they said, well, listen, he told us in 1997, he should have just took the drug charge.
Yeah.
So you saying you're gonna give me 6 years and I'm facing 10? And if he didn't even know what the deal was until he told the people the information that he told them. I would have just took the 10 and I wouldn't have sold everybody out.
I got you. This is that's what I'm saying. It's like I was so confused, and we were talking about it in the chat. It's like a proffer agreement, and you don't even Keefe's lawyer. I mean, he pointed that out. Maybe he lied. How do you know? How did you corroborate? What did you do to corroborate the things that he said? What were you able to corroborate?
And then I seen when the defense, because in both testimonies, the defense, to my understanding, the defense was asking him, was he able to follow up on any of that information? Well, you got to be careful because we cannot follow up saying our source. So that would breach the proffer agreement. So I think the defense was trying to use a ignorance of the jury, play on the ignorance of the jury. Were you able to corroborate it? Well, I can't, because then you're going to ask me where I got the information from, and I can't because we have an agreement. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and then some of these people are gone. I mean, they're no longer here. You have Zip. They try to get his, I don't know, chummy up to him, even though this man was like dying of cancer or something. And
No,
he wasn't
Keefe D tried to chummy up to him. Keefe D,
that's right,
signed up as a federal agent. Now we know he's a rat girl. Now we're bunnies over here. We're not rats. Now we know he's a rat girl because he was talking, honey. He even told them Reggie Wright controlled the north side. I told you, Rico. I told you it's spelling Rico.
Oh my God.
They even brought the mayor in, Rabbit. That's crazy.
So he snitched. So did you guys pick up on the fact that he snitched on Reggie as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They showed him a picture. He said, that looks like Reggie Wright Jr. He said the father was corrupt. Now they're doing it. And at the end of this second witness, they were talking about a bigger fish. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bigger fish.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brandon's up here too. What do you have to say about what Ty is saying here? What are your thoughts so far?
Blame everything on Reggie Wright. That's how it seems. Everything is Reggie Wright's fault.
Oh,
well,
man.
That's a small fish in a big pond.
You think so?
I want the whole pond evacuated. I want to dive more into the Patrick Johnson and his $80,000 to start death row. That's where I want to start.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I only heard parts of the testimony today.
But you got to do your homework.
Yeah. I was in a barbershop, so I was trying to listen. But so basically, Keefe was just a snitch. He snitched on everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He told them about what's his name, and his drug dealings too. This is what it was said that Keefe told on Reggie too, and it's actually on paper. It's like it's in the proffer agreement.
Right.
So could it be fair to say that Keefe just doesn't like Reggie, and he's been after Reggie for a while?
Well,
I think it's deeper than not. Like, I think, because every time he's talking, he's getting some out of it. First of all, this is business. This is agreement that they're having. You give me this, I give you this. This is a deal. So maybe he doesn't like him, but I don't think that's the sole purpose of him bringing him into it. I think it's a more deeper, I need what I need from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't care who I tell on. I need what I need from you. And
it's survival.
But do we think he's telling the truth about who he told on?
When he is telling, it's not about us thinking. When he is telling these people is saying this is what he said is the truth. So we're going by what he told us, and they're able to corroborate everything that he's saying.
Yes, but I do feel like the FBI failed a little bit in their due diligence and following up on the things that he said. I mean, whether it was passing over the information to Vegas, or if it was just them going to go check themselves to figure out.
They didn't follow
up. Okay,
how do you cooperate? Yeah. They didn't cooperate a lot, but at the same time, I mean, that's on the FBI too, right? That it's like you're not cooperating what this man is putting out there. So if he lies to you on the proffer, which Keefe lied.
How do you know he's lying? Yeah. How do you know he's lying on the proffer? Yeah.
I just think that Keefe isn't the big fish either. Does that make sense?
No, he's not the big fish.
Oh no,
He's
I
not the
agree.
He ain't the big fish. He said to Daryl Brim was the big fish. Keefe D might be safer in prison than the
I mean,
streets.
but let's be honest. Keffe D blames a bunch of different people for it, and I mean, think about this. He's the only person who was at both crime scenes. I mean, Reggie wasn't at Tupac's crime scene. Like that's a fact.
Well, he
Keffe
wasn't
D,
at Biggie's either.
well, according to Keffe D, he was.
Well, he was in the parking garage, but he wasn't at. His truck wasn't. They thought his truck was the same truck that Biggie got shot in because it's the same truck.
Whose truck?
That Impala, or it was like an
the dark green truck that Biggie got shot in. Reggie Wright has the same type of truck. That's why they were at his house trying to figure out what vehicles would belong to him.
He was parked in the parking garage, right?
Mm-hmm. And he turned on all them people. He was telling what he wore, them Jordans and all this type of stuff. He's a rat.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I agree with you. He may be safer in jail at this point because
he is safer in jail because this is what I'm saying. Like, I walk the streets. I'm not of the streets. Okay, let's make that very clear. I'm a bunny. I'm not a rat. So, what I know of the streets, from what I'm hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is that you do the crime, you do the time.
Yeah, this is the same thing I said. I said, if you want to take credit for the murder, then you should do the sentence for the murder. I mean,
Absolutely. And he's just selling everybody out, child.
Because I don't know anybody in their right mind. I don't care if it was for money or not. Why would you take credit for a murder that you didn't do?
That's a great question. What do you get from taking credit of a murder that you didn't do? I don't know, man.
You get money, you get interviews, you get notoriety. Everybody had died. That's why he threw Orlando under the bus, because he had died. Would he have done?
Yeah, that's the same thing I said.
That's what I want to know. I want to call the streets and ask them, how do we feel about since Orlando died? Did he rat on his nephew? Or did what? Or we're not considering that ratting because the guy has passed away and you can't bring him in and charge him.
To me, that was a good point that they brought up in the end, that he blamed Orlando and how he was so close to Orlando and he loved them, and the family loved him. So to take it as fact that this is the person you loved, why would you blame him for it if it wasn't true?
It's a good point.
But and then I know I have my notes, honey. So when they did the second proffer, did you see how they got Keefe to change his attorney?
Yep.
Why was that? And Mr. What you call it? Fall. He's still alive. He might be a witness. I want to know what happened. Why he changed his attorney to Mr. Higgins when he went down there and did the second
very
proffer
quickly.
that Mr. Holcomb recorded.
Very quickly they changed it. I do wonder why they did, because it was two attorneys in this last time, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it's payment, maybe because if this guy's doing it pro bono, I'm not surprised that he's doing it pro bono, guys. Like, if you look at his background, he went to BYU. He's got he does things pro bono, so I'm not surprised. He might not be he might not do quote unquote murder cases, but guys, don't sleep on this guy. Don't sleep on Keefe D's
no,
lawyer.
he's a trickster. Oh, he'll get you. He'll say something and then have you agree. You wasn't even talking about that. You got to watch people like that. This law enforcement lingo and diction, this is how they get us. Marginalized community. They get us because we don't know how they talk it. We don't know the language. We don't know the verbiage or the diction. So they get us. So you're saying what I did and you're trying to get me to say what I did. But what I did was not what we're talking about.
Oh,
well, going forward, there's about 2 witnesses I can think off the top of my head that I want to hear from.
Who?
And one of them is Corey Edwards. Because if Corey Edwards can put Keffe D in Vegas that night, he's done for.
Keffe D put Keffe D in Vegas on the first proffer.
There you go.
That's true. That's true. But people are going back and forth saying, well, was he lying then or was he lying now? I mean, so you need somebody to corroborate his story.
They gave him 6 years for the first proffer. They found that he was telling the truth. When they did their paperwork, they were able to corroborate. They chewed. I have a theory, like everybody eats chicken different way, right? So some people eat the meat, some people just eat the skin, some people eat the meat, the skin, and the bone, right? I think that's how the federal agents, when they did the first proffer, were able to corroborate some of this information. Let's give them 6 years, and then we'll throw away the rest of the information, or we'll keep the rest of the information for a later date. This is information. When a proffer is submitted or proposed, they can't use it in the actual trial at hand. That 1997 trial is finished. but the information still stands as the truth.
What do you guys think about them trying to potentially bring, if this man is found guilty, that they might actually go after Diddy next? There's some articles. You got legal experts saying this. I said, what? Really?
I'm going to be honest. I thought that, you know, this thing with Diddy going to jail for this other case he's involved in now, I thought it was just like a filler, just to keep him in jail for a while until we got to this case. I don't think Diddy's ever getting out of jail, to be honest with you. I think that they're going to find a way to tie him back to this case.
It's interesting. I don't know, man. So then, okay, so what about, so we just had the first FBI former agent who didn't really remember a whole lot, and he was kind of all over the place, right? But then this other guy, the second guy that came through, who was part of the task force, partner with Keating. I mean, I find that dynamic to be interesting, because even the lawyer tried to push him on Keating and what he said or didn't reveal.
Right, and I think that, you know, Keefe D's lawyer is going to try to play Keating and Dupree against each other. And if you guys haven't, go and watch the show Unsolved, the Tupac and Biggie murders. That told me a lot when I watched that.
Okay, Unsolved, that's what it's called?
Yep, Unsolved.
Where can we find it?
I think it's on Amazon Prime, I think. Okay. And Hulu, I think you can find them on both. Okay. But it was a good documentary. That's a documentary where Keefe D was referring to when he said, "Oh, they showed me as if I was sagging my pants and wearing, you know, like those type of outfits, and I was really wearing suits."
Interesting. Ty, were you going to say something?
Yes. Back to what the second detective said. He said that him and Keating went to the garage of Keefe D. Whatever they said, they said. Then they met at the lawyer's office. At the lawyer's office, they said what they said, and then they met again.
And in that documentary, they showed them going to Keefe D's house, and they're sitting in the garage talking to him. Actually, I think Lorenz Tate's brother plays Keefe D.
Wait a minute. So
that's a movie?
When the lawyer,
it's a series.
It's a series. When the lawyer said about the form, right, how they capture things, everything's supposed to be in writing. And I felt like what he was trying to drive there is there's not supposed to be a recording when there's a proffer agreement. Everything's in writing. Did I miss that? I felt like there was something there, because he was going on like how, you know, documenting things in that form and everything. But I almost felt like he was trying to say this out there, that nobody's supposed to be recorded in these. Like, there is not supposed to be a proffer agreement recording. So that was clearly a bad faith move out of Keating.
But no. But that was the first attorney, correct? The first FBI agent.
No, this is the second one we're talking about that was part of the state.
No, I understand that. I know that Keating recorded one, but I thought when he asked that question, he was referring to the first agent.
You talk about Tom, what's his name? Tom something?
Lee.
Wade Lee is the one that was on the stand. He was the first one. He was ex-FBI. The other one is Tom Holliday that was with him, right? So all of that, so it was two proffer agreements.
Right.
So one of them was with the FBI, and then the other one was with the LAPD?
Yes, it was two. One was in 1998 on July 14th, and the other one was December 18th, 2008. Right? So Nevada is a one-party consent state. So you could, if you're one party in the room, you don't have to tell anybody that you're recording.
But wait, this wasn't Nevada. This was LA.
I mean, that's what I mean.
Okay.
You don't have to tell nobody. And so when he was asked, were you aware that there was a recording? The damn agent says, yes, Mr. Holcomb recorded. I thought this whole time, recorded. But he threw Mr. Holcomb under the bus for recording. It's abnormal, but it's legal.
Right. See, I never knew about this first proffer agreement. I only knew about the one with Keating.
There was a proffer agreement with the federal government.
Right. I never knew about that one.
That's crazy, because I always thought there was one. So he had a proffer agreement with the feds, and then he had a proffer agreement at the state level. But my thing is the idiot didn't have a proffer agreement for the state of Vegas or Nevada, right? Otherwise, he would have been fine.
Right.
Absolutely.
So here's the other thing. So he puts himself in Vegas that night, and he says him and Orlando and their girlfriends went up to the room. Now, are you expecting us to believe that? Orlando just got beat up at the hotel lot. I mean, the casino, and you want us to believe that he went upstairs to the room and didn't leave the room the rest of the night?
Well, they were able to corroborate in the first testimonies and the witnesses that we had that Orlando Anderson and Corey Edwards had rooms. They're able to corroborate this information.
Right. We know that, but I'm talking about Keffe D because he said Davis, right? He said Davis and Orlando went to the room that night.
But their names, Davis, Keffe D's name is not in the room. It was only Orlando.
I know, but I'm saying in Keffe D's proffer agreement, he says that after the 1998 proffer agreement, he says that after the fight, Orlando and him went up to the room with their girlfriends and stayed in the room the rest of the night.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
Yeah. So he only told half of the story.
Right. And I said, do you want me to,
other half?
Do you expect us to believe that you stayed in the room the entire night? That's not believable.
Because remember, they did because he got 6 years. So it's not what we believe, it's what they believe against what they corroborated, right?
Right. But my point is, it put him in Vegas that night, even though he said he wasn't.
He put him in Vegas, absolutely.
He put himself there.
Such a big case, but it seems like they just intentionally dropping the ball everywhere? Why? It just seems so weird to me, right? That it's like, even the basics. So I'm kind of wondering, anybody in the chat want to take screenshots of that proffer agreement and put it in the Discord? That'd be amazing. That way we can, because I only took one screenshot, but that proffer agreement keeps going. It keeps going. It's a lengthy document. That's information that's never been put out. Now, what do you guys think about the Diddy stuff? Because he talks about Zip and
he was corroborating, and he boards the plane with these detectives to line Zip up to establish a relationship with Zip. And Zip is bus buddies with Diddy. Diddy's already in it. Diddy's already in it.
Well, I hear that Kirk Barrows has all the information.
Oh, he's the witness.
Yes, and that's so apparently Diddy had some people drive out to Vegas, and Kirk Barrows was like, well, wait, if I'm paying for all of them to go out to Vegas, why don't I just pay for them flights? And Diddy says, no, pay for them to have rental cars. And they all drive out to Vegas during the fight.
This is insane.
When I say Rico, I mean Rico.
Can you confirm that Kirk is on the witness list?
I heard. I'm not.
Yeah, I heard that he was.
Kirk, and even though you're on the witness list, that doesn't mean that we're going to use you, because we don't know how.
They're like over 200, right? 200, but they were only, possibly using 30 to 35 to 45.
They're going to use, because you got to see how the progression of this. You know what I mean? The state has a motive, and the defense have a motive, and so the state is going to say, can probably say, oh yeah, we're not going to use her because she's gonna take us left, and we're going right. So I know this, whatever she says, is gonna mess us up. So I'm like, we just got to see the plot thickens.
Yeah. Yes, it says right here. Why I'm looking at this here, and it says prior allegations. Hold up. Where did I see it? Hold up. Okay, I'm trying to see where because I saw that there was his name was on the list, or at least it was said to have been on the list. So Lombardo, who was a former police officer who was also like the mayor or something like that of Vegas, he's on the list too, because he was there around the night of the shooting too.
Yeah, he used to work for the police department, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. So I got the list here. Hold up, y'all. I got it.
If Keefe D would have just took his 10 years, we would not be here today.
And Ty, let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Would you call Suge Knight, or would you just use Suge Knight's statements against him, his interviews that he's given?
Well, you can't use the interviews because they're not sworn. You can't use anything against him. He hasn't made no statement. Suge Knight came out and said, if you call me, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah. I know. That's why I said that.
So they can subpoena him. If they subpoena him, he's going to bring his behind to that courtroom and sit in the chair. Now, whatever he says in that chair, that's up to him.
Right.
Do I believe he's gonna say something? No, because I don't think he wants to follow the street code.
Street code, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing this. They said that this is the list, but I don't. His name is on there. He says Tupac murder trial witnesses include Suge Knight, Diddy's bodyguard. Let me see. So Suge Knight's there. Kirk Burroughs' name is in there too. So, but I want to see the official list. I don't know what the media can say all they want. Reggie Wright, we've already seen that.
And the list can say all this all at once. Is depending on who they call. Be
Tupac's
here
sister.
now. Did you see how they just told that guy, listen, we're gonna might call you back? I think so.
Yeah.
As we're listening to these witnesses, if they do that, we know they're coming back.
Yeah. Tupac's sister is a witness, just so people are aware. And again, Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, who was police, but also, he's governor now, attorney Ross Goodman. Yosefu Ja, this is the guy that narrated the book.
Yeah, that's someone I want to hear from too.
Okay, and then Kading is also. I can't believe they're bringing Kading, but anyways, yeah. So this is going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they'll use everybody, but they'll definitely bring some people out there.
Now, what I'll tell you is they're waiting to play all of Keffe D's interviews. They're going to wrap that up with a bow at the end of this trial.
Yeah,
they want that to be the last words that the jury hears.
For sure. Oh man. So tomorrow they're starting at 1 tomorrow again. So I guess we'll be starting at 1 tomorrow.
Yeah, she was saying in the beginning, during the trial that they have other cases.
Yeah,
so
of course.
There's only so much that we, they got to make,
Fit the trial when they can. Yeah.
They can't stop a trial. They can't stop there in the middle of a trial, right?
For sure.
Now, I want to ask this question: Do you think that Tupac's ex-fiance will testify? You think Kidada is on the list?
Kidada,
which is Quincy Jones's daughter.
Yeah, Quincy Jones's daughter.
Wasn't she in the car with Foxy Brown or something like that? Or she
was in Vegas. No, she was in Vegas at the hotel with Tupac's sister.
She was at the hotel.
Oh, okay, well, if they find her valuable, they're gonna use whoever they find valuable at that moment, I believe.
Yeah, so I wonder. I don't know, man. I'm
it's
like,
a big mess. It's a mess.
It's so much. It's a mess. I will say that.
And let me say this: these are things.
And to hear that,
these are things that Rico is made of.
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely.
And to hear that that Mob James's brother was sleeping with Tupac's ex-wife, that was wild.
Yeah, for sure. That's insane. Well, let me do this. I want to do, so I'm going to schedule for tomorrow now, and I want to actually schedule an hour earlier before we start. I would love to have you guys there and then drop the link to have other people come up and maybe give their thoughts. Are you guys available tomorrow if you guys want to stop by and give your thoughts? Because it's like my brain is fried right now, but I have a lot of thoughts and I want to look at that document too.
Absolutely. And I'll do my own investigation on my end. I'll definitely, because I go down the rabbit hole. And we're already down here. We can't. And then one thing about the rabbit hole, you can't find yourself up.
There you go.
So I'm down here with you, Rabbit. I'm down here, bro. Come on,
There you go. There. Oh, Ty, thank you so much. I hope you got some love over there on your channel.
And definitely look at that documentary I told you about.
Yeah, let me look into it. Let me look into it. I'm gonna drop you guys, but I will see you guys because I got these children over here that are giving me the dirty look, so I gotta go.
Oh, God, you gotta
all right.
Bunnies. But
have a good one.
Chat, do you have an email? Just in case I see an article, I can send it to you and you can put
it on. Send it to me. Thank you, Brandon. Let me my email is up here. Where'd it go?
Just put it in the chat, and when I get down, I can just copy and
here's the email.
Okay,
right
perfect.
here.
I'll just screenshot it right now. Got it.
Yeah, you got it. It's also on the About Me. But hopefully you got some love over there, Ty, and you'll get some following over there too and get you to 1,000, okay?
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ty. You guys make sure you guys follow Ty and shout out to Brandon as well. And Super was earlier here today as well. So I want to do this. So tomorrow, I'm gonna start early, get your notifications on, get up here and everything. Super, I'll get you tomorrow in the morning too, because I got this. I got the children over here, so I don't have enough time right now. I just wanted to do like a quick little 25 minutes, so I got to jump out. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys get your notifications on and everything. I need to screenshot that document because I want to run it. I want to see what matches and everything, okay? Everything. Yes, let me show you guys Ty's page. Hold up, because I just subscribed to it too. And it looks like he's also breaking things down. Shout out to him. Look at this. Okay, go check it out. Let me put it up here. I'll drop the link here. He is at, we got him at 820 subs. Go get him to 1,000, guys. Come on now. Y'all can do better. Go over there and support, okay? Thank you. The link is in the chat. I'll tag him in here as well, okay? I'll see you guys mañana. I will talk to you guys because I am exhausted. Let me do some shout outs. Okay, I think I did them. All right. Just Joan, thank you so much for the flowers. And Just Joan, thank you for the floating heart. You guys have a great night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow at 1 Vegas time. Bye, guys. Or earlier. Bye, guys.